Yeah, I have that batteries. I don't need one. I don't need today. I have a set of it. Thank you so much. One one two 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 three 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 four four five 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 six 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 seven seven seven. Check for podium. Check for podium. One one two 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 one 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 two three four 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 four. Check 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 check.
Have a side event for presentations of all the refrigerant management, including the servicing and maintenance, and reduce the leaks, because it's a very important topic about the refrigerant and in HVAC sectors. So, Delphine, I give you the floor for the introduction, and we will start.
Hello everyone. Thanks to assist to our site event. So today the main topics will be efficient energy efficiency and also the leak management. Before to go in this topic, I would like just to introduce ClimaLife in a few words. So ClimaLife is a strong brand of the Dawn Group. The Dawn Group is a family business founded in 1874, so next year we'll celebrate 150 years on the market. And the Dawn Group is focused, it's a key player of chemistry, performance chemistry. And of course, our ambition is to provide a quality solution while driving innovation by reducing our carbon footprint. So we have different activities in Vantec. It's offer innovative solution for soldering, cleaning, and also coating materials for high-tech industries. SMB offer a wide range of technical fluids for automotive market, and Soderect is packaging and manufacturing aqueous hydrofluoric acid. ClimaLife, we are the expert of eco-efficient solution to serve the industry, and we have also another brand, it's Matelex, and Matelex is connected solution dedicated to leak detection and energy management of refrigeration system. So our business expertise is recognized in many applications like refrigeration, air conditioning, but also insulation, inerting. And so we distribute our product and services worldwide. We have 15 subsidiaries. Our turnover is 170 million in 2022. And we provide our product and services to more 20,000 customers. We have 14 production sites, and all of them are certified also ISO 9001. The main things, our company was the first to put on the market the recovery cylinder for refrigerant. And so we were the pioneer in responsible refrigeration since 1989. And in 1993, our initiative has led to the signing of commitment with the French government. And year after year, it's clear that we develop also services to support professionals in the management of F-gases. We have a dedicated laboratory to analyze the gases, but we have also a specific technical department to assist the professional to the right choice of the product. And in 2008, we introduced on the market the valorization of refrigerants. But not only, we propose it also for SF6. So we always anticipate the regulation, and our target is to reuse the reclaimed gases to maintain equipment until end of the life. So the concept of circular economy is the very essence of our brand Climate and Life. And today, just to have an overview, 75% of fluorinated gases are avoided by our action in Europe. It's clear that it's not only that, you need to understand that 10% of our turnover is dedicated to R&D today. And, but we distribute also other products like heat transfer fluids. And for heat transfer fluids also, we introduce biosource product to replace fossil product in our formulation. So it's very key. Yes. No, c'est bon.
It's okay? Okay. So why you need to put in place a comprehensive life cycle management for refrigerant? It's a key for the future, but to manage all what we have. We always propose and support the contractors to have the eco-efficiency solution, the best eco-efficiency solution, with the choice of a refrigerant during all the life of the equipment, with maintenance to reduce the leaks. You have to have a very nice and very good, services and maintenance of the equipment, because there is a lot of energy consumption without maintenance and services. The recovery, also recycling, the reclamation and the destruction of the refrigerant. The objective is to reduce during the life of the equipment, to reuse during the life of equipment, and of course destroy. How to select the right refrigerant?
So today, when you select a refrigerant, you must choose the very low GWP, but it's not enough. It's clear that GWP is very key to go to the very low, but the main issue of cooling system today is energy efficiency. And for that, we need to take into account the TEWI. What is it, the TEWI? In fact, the TEWI is a concept that makes it possible to take advantage of global warming during the operational life of a refrigeration system. So we need to use a specific refrigerant taking into account the direct effect of refrigerant emission, but also the indirect effect of the energy efficiency. And I think that it's a main target for the future, and it's very key to understand that. And for that, we have also other parameters than the professional need to take into account. It's also the total cost of ownership of the system, CAPEX and OPEX. Is very key for the investment, and when we calculate it, it's of course for the lifespan of the system. Sorry? It depends also, of course, of the application, it's clear. But today, to select the right refrigerant for commercial refrigeration, we have a specific tool. And particularly for the retail sector. And we use the eco-efficiency calculator to do comparison between different architecture of the system. What is the advantage of this tool? As I mentioned before, when you take only the GWP, you will consider only the impact of 35%. If you take the TEWI, you will have an impact about 95%. So it's very key to have two dimensions, the environmental impact, but also to take into account the financial impact. And in this system, so this eco-efficiency calculator was validated by a third party, the SEMAFROID. And for this calculator, in fact, we take into account a lot of parameters. What I mean, we can compare different architecture of cooling system, like DX system, but you have also semi-distributed system, or transcritical system, and subcritical, and etc. So you can select first, of course, the system, but after you will select also which type of refrigerant you want to use. And but it's not enough. It's not enough. We need to take also in consideration the surface of the supermarket, for example, the climate, if it's in north, in the south, and etc. And also electricity consumption. And for that, in this calculator, we integrate the electricity consumption of all the elements of a cooling system. What I mean for the compressor, for the evaporators, for condenser. So it's very key. And also, in this system, you can choose also the type of the source of energy, if it's nuclear or other things, because this has also an impact when you calculate at the end the consumption of electricity. And you can also do a simulation with different parameters. You can integrate also in this calculator like price fluctuation, the price of electricity, the price of refrigerant. If tomorrow we have a tax of refrigerant, we can include it. And the last things, and very key, you can also integrate the leakage rate. So at the end, we can provide to the professional an overview of the lifespan of the cooling system. And this is very key, and I will show you now an example. For example, in this case, we compare a booster CO2 system with a cascade with N71 for medium temp and CO2 for low temp. We know that CO2 is very good. It's a very good refrigerant. It's a natural refrigerant, but unfortunately, at medium temp, it uses a lot of energy efficiency. And for that, so you can increase your energy efficiency with this type of system. And just you can see in this example, if you compare the capex and the opex, it's clear that you will win in to use a cascade system. And you can also increase 20% more energy efficient than CO2, than booster CO2. So it's key, and in parallel, as I mentioned, so you save money, but you will save also emission of CO2.
So, why you have to have a good maintenance and services? We saw that there is a lot of refrigerant, and there is so-called natural refrigerant, there is synthetic refrigerant, but for all the refrigerant, there is a specification, and there is also some different maintenance and services. And there is an impact. It's more or less the same with the type of refrigerant. -1 degrees evaporator temperature it's impact immediately energy consumption. So there is different cause about the reduction of the temperature on the equipment, but there is a direct impact. It could be a dirty evaporator. It could be an issue about with the fan. It could be a different thing. It could be moisture in the refrigerant. It could be different thing. But you have up to 4% of lower COP on the equipment. Sorry. It's an example. If you take 1 degree more in the condenser, you have the same level of energy consumption, and for the same cause, because it could be a dirty condenser, etc. But in natural refrigerant, if I take natural refrigerant, for example, if you have 1% of moisture in ammonia, you could have up to 10% of energy consumption of the equipment. So maintenance is very important. It's a good maintenance you have to check it regularly, your equipment. And I speak about reduction of evaporator temperature, augmentation of condenser temperature. I speak about moisture in ammonia. In CO2, it's more than 10% of augmentation of energy consumption. But what about the leaks? If you have the leaks, 1% of leaks of the equipment, it's 10 up to 30% of energy consumption. Depend of the refrigerant, depend of the application, and depend of the nature of the leaks. In CO2, when you have a leaks, you have a big leaks, so you increase a lot your energy consumption. In ammonia, it's completely reduced. In synthetic refrigerant, it's in the middle. But when you have a leaks on the equipment, you consume a lot of energy. For the new equipment, today we have some example in different equipment, in industrial application, in commercial application. We are able to have less than 1% of leaks with a good maintenance and services. And it's very important because it's a key. It's a key because if we have no leaks on the equipment, you can choose the refrigerant with the good application, and you have only impact of indirect emission. It's really a key for the future. The TIP made a side event 2 days ago and explained in the future the energy consumption on the equipment, and we'll see. We saw on the slide that at 2030, the CO2 emission will be 9%. Sorry, 90% of indirect emission and less than 10% of direct emission. So the energy consumption is the key for the future. How to minimize the leaks? To minimize the leaks, you can have a remote detector. To minimize the leaks, you can have a remote detector, check with a regular presence on the application and check it. But with a fixed detector, you can manage all the life of the application. You can have a complete regulation, a complete check of the leaks all the time with a check each hour. You can have the temperature of evaporation, you can check the temperature of condensation, you can have the energy consumption, you can have all the elements of the application, and you can make some predictive maintenance. And with predictive maintenance, you reduce the leaks, you reduce the energy consumption. So we have, with Matelex, we develop a DNI to the fixed detector. We can manage all the things. It's a global overview of the equipment, global overview of the life of the equipment, and you can manage it as soon as possible. It's a very, very important to see what's happened in the application. And you can have a direct impact of your equipment, of your energy consumption, because you know exactly what's happened. And you can react quickly. If you have no fixed detector, no fixed data on the equipment, it's not possible to have a quickly reaction to the equipment.
The advantage of the DNI, it's also so we manage the leak, but in parallel we can very well manage also the energy consumption, because you have a dedicated module for that and you plug in and regularly, so you can see exactly what's happening. And this is key for the future, because energy efficiency is the main target.
Thank you. How Climalife helps to reduce the leaks? We have a side event to explain for the recovery. So we start to put some bottles, recovery cylinders for all the gases. We are able to recover and collect synthetic refrigerant and so-called natural refrigerant like hydrocarbon, ammonia, and we have some cylinder for SF6. It's very important. It's very important. I forget to say something about the leaks. When you have a leaks on the equipment, it's not only gas leaks. You have always some impurity, like oil, for example. So, natural refrigerant, synthetic refrigerant, you have to recover the product, not put in the atmosphere, including with a low GWP product. It's not only gas. There is impurity, moisture, oil, scraps, etc. It's very important. So, the waste, we offer possibility to use recovery cylinders to the contractors. We manage the logistic. We have our treatment site. We show it on our last side event. And we have a lot of control analyze for the life of the equipment, the life of the refrigerant. We are able to control the oil. We are able to control moisture. We are able to control the component, etc. And we have different facility all over the world for the waste treatment.
You can come back. Tu peux venir sur la slide. And also, one thing is very key for that, it's also to manage traceability. And specifically in France, we are obliged also to use an application for the French ministry, it's a track déchets. But for that, Climalife developed also a tool, it's a ClimApp, to do the traceability, and it's in link with the French government to be sure that the professional can dematerialize all the documents for the traceability of the waste. So it's very important, and more will duplicate also this approach with ClimApp tool in the other country of Europe.
Traceability is very important for to know what's happened and what refrigerant will be used with the leaks, etc. But it's also a solution to fight on illegal product, because you know exactly which product and where it come from, and etc. So traceability is also a key for the future. C'est moi. Sorry. So, to accelerate the circular economy, I will put this slide today because during the COP and during the MOP and during the OWG and when I'm on different country, no, it's not us. I continue to say that it's possible to reclaim the blend. It's true. Today we are able to reclaim 80% of the blend when the recovery is made by good practice. But in the future, with a lot of quantity of refrigerant, it will be more difficult for the contractors to have a selective collection. So it will be difficult to reclaim it. So we have to find some new solution, because when you mix the waste in one cylinder, you will have azeotropic mixture, binaire, trinaire, quaternaire mixture, and it's very difficult to reclaim it. So we have to find a new solution and manage all the refrigerants, including in the cylinders, CFC, HCFCs, HFCs, HFO, and also there is sometimes some moisture. And we define a new design of equipment for separate molecule, and we have a pattern on it. It's the only one, I think, to arrive to separate all the molecule, including when you have some impurity. Impurity could be hydrocarbon, because it's fluorinated gases. Could be CO2, non-condensable, moisture, oil, but it could be also another fluorinated gases. So depend of what you have in fluorine, and it's not always the same mixture in fluorine. So it's very difficult to manage it. But we are able to separate today the different substances of the waste. It's not an issue now. Our target in Europe is HFCs and HFOs to separate it, but it could be also for other countries, HCFC, when the regulation, it's possible to reuse it. We continue about the circular economy, because we are alone to have a solution for the MDIs. We collect the MDIs from the producer, because in pharmaceutical application there is a very strict standard, so there is a lot of waste on the production. We collect it, and we are able to recover the gas and separate with the pharmaceutical molecule, and also, of course, SF6 solution.
So just to conclude, so you understand that Climalife is a very key actor to accelerate also the transition to a circular economy. We are very proactive, and we propose so product like reclaim product, but also biosource heat transfer fluids, and also all the things around the leak management. We have also a dedicated team to do on-site recovery. This dedicated team can help you to manage A to Z the waste treatment of all the product. This is important, and so as you said just before, we have also dedicated tools to manage to select so the refrigerant, but also so to optimize the energy efficiency and to monitor and manage so the leak part. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Delphine. Before close this side event, I would like, because it's the last day for the pavilion today, special thank you to the Montreal Protocol team for this pavilion, and also for an International Institute of Refrigeration to offer us the opportunity to be partner. So thank you very much. It's not easy this year because COP organization is strange, but thank you very much. And special dedicace also for Delphine, because it's Delphine's birthday today.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
she accepted to join me on the side event and the COP. So thank you, Delphine, and happy birthday.
Thank you so much. Hesitate. Yes. Ah,
If you go back to the slide where you are comparing the CO2 booster
Yeah.
with the cascade, yeah, so you are comparing a booster CO2 with the cascade, and you claim that it's 20% more energy efficient than CO2. Okay, and you are doing this analysis in the northern France.
Yes,
Yeah.
during 10 years.
Okay.
During 10 years and for a supermarket of 2,000 square meter.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's obvious that it's 20% more energy efficient if you are only comparing to a booster reference system, booster CO2 one. There are other technologies with CO2 that has more add-in components to improve the energy efficiency. And they are very much demonstrated, like parallel compressors, the use of flooded evaporators, ejectors, and so on. So I'm sure if you are comparing to those for transcritical systems, then the CO2 alternative will be more energy efficient, particularly in northern climates. I mean, in northern.
But for the north of climate, of course, if I take Finland and the north of Europe, it will be true. If you compare the north of France, we did it, with also parallel compressor, ejectors, and etc.
You have some data?
Yes, and it's included in this system. And when we calculate, and it will be a pleasure to show you how it works.
I'm very keen to see. Are you looking at the heat reclaim then to improve the energy efficiency?
Yes.
Also that?
Yes. And what we are doing today, and I fully agree with you, it's clear that when you integrate all these parameters, like you mentioned, ejector, compressor parallel, and etc., it's clear that you can increase the energy efficiency of CO2. But in parallel also, as I mentioned, when you do it also in this case, do not forget that you increase also the price of the
CapEx
system.
Will be
the CapEx is very high, and today also you have you need to balance.
But the OPEX will be lower.
It depends. It depends.
Then your talk, how do you call it? The OPEX plus CapEx will be.
But in fact, if you check in this graph, we integrate also the OPEX of maintenance. So maintenance also, we integrate the price of the contractor, how they manage, and we can see on the market that when the professionals are doing something also on CO2 system, they need to have more skills.
Yeah.
They need to.
Sorry.
They need to have more skills, and the time is not easy system. It's more complex, and the time at the end also for the maintenance of CO2, the price is more higher compared to other system.
One thing important to know that it's not a ClimaLife, only a ClimaLife application. We asked to Semafroid to validate the different elements we put on this application to be sure that it will be an objective result. It's not an application for fluorinated gases, not an application for CO2, it's not an application for ammonia. It compares all the possible solution, and it tries to show during the life of the equipment the reduce of CO2 emission, direct and indirect. So maybe there is something to upgrade the application because there is new technology year after year, and we saw some new application this year. There is a lot of new equipment arrive on the market, but always we want to have an independent third party to validate what we put on to certify the result.
To certify, and tomorrow, for example, also what the people are doing today with CO2 system, we can do it also with fluorinated system, like to put ejector also, and it's something that we are working because we can increase also the performance and we can reduce the consumption of electricity. So it's ongoing, and it's clear that why it's important always to do the balance and to take time to take into account the lifespan of the equipment, just to see what's happening.
And when it comes to the lifespan, I could see you have, is it ClimaLife who has performed that model where you are...
we participate of this, yes.
But is it a model for ClimaLife? You are
no.
No?
No.
Because I'm very keen to learn more about this
yes,
model, how you
with pleasure.
support the end user with the selection of the refrigerant, the lifespan, and all those calculations. That could be very interesting for us to...
it will be a pleasure to show you how it works and etc.
Yeah.
And it's clear that also the lifespan of the system, I put 10 years here, but you can put what you want. In fact, it's the same. We integrate, as I mentioned, the leak rate and all the other parameters. So
it's a mathematical tool where you
it's
put all your inputs
yes.
and so on, and then you have your... Yeah, it's a modeling tool.
Yes, exactly.
But is it a ClimaLife one or...
No.
No?
No.
You are partnering
we are
this,
partner, yes. And we work on it.
So you don't have the ownership of
no.
that model? No.
No.
Okay, merci Delphine.
With pleasure. More questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your attention. Have a nice day.
Non,
tu me donnes
t'es
t'es malade. Avec grand plaisir.
To our side event, International Institute of Refrigeration side event on leapfrog to a sustainable agriculture cold chain in low-income economies. So as we all are aware about it, cooling is important for human health, with now particularly the extreme heats. It's not only about extreme heats, it's also about the frequency of extreme heats, but also the duration of those, which is now a matter of survival in some countries, and particularly in the global south. It's important to achieve food resilience in these countries, also security, and drive on all the economic productivity. So within the current environmental context and challenges, it is important to meet the human needs, but at the same time, it's important that all cooling technologies that we are applying are taking care of the environment. So while cooling and cold chains are very well established in high-income economies, in low-income economies, these are still a matter of, these can be totally inexistent in some cases. And then taking learnings from some lessons we have took from low or high-income economies experience for a fast and efficient and sustainable implementation of cold chain in low-income economies is important. And here today we are presenting the ongoing International Institute of Refrigeration projects, where we will be speaking about in demonstrating, promoting the adoption of energy efficient, climate-friendly cold chains. And for that we are proceeding with 4 presentations. So here it is. So the first one is about the EU Enough program, where we are demonstrating tools and methodologies to help mitigating and decarbonizing the EU food supply chain sector to achieve the global target by 2050. Then we are speaking about so this will be presented by Christina Vidal. And then the IR technical assistance to the World Bank into the implementation of clean and energy efficient solutions for agriculture cold chain sector. Then presented by Judy Devans, and then Professor Amin Hafner will be speaking about the Indie Plus program, which is supporting the Indian transition in the refrigeration AC sector towards environmentally friendly technologies. And last but not the least, the IR guide that we have produced together with Energy Saving Trust for the World Bank on the good practices in walk-in cold rooms and warm climates. Okay, so I'm very happy to give the floor to Christina Vidal, a senior researcher at Sintef Ocean. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Joshua. So I'm from Trondheim in Norway, working at the research institute Sintef there. So in this EU project, ENOUGH, we are working with decarbonizing the food sector. And we are mainly working with the food cold chain. And this is a food supply chain. You see here typical, including processing, transport, storage, another transport link, and retail. And at the end, we have us as consumers, the domestic. And what's important in this is to keep the quality product high, that we can ensure by having a correct temperature. We also need to use the resources in an efficient way. And when we talk about resources, of course it's the food itself, but we also think about the energy and the water. Sometimes water is a resource which is limited. But on the other hand, you could also have a lot of water, but the water and energy is very closely connected. So it's important to make sure that you use efficient number of water. And of course, emissions from this cold chain should also be low. These are some global numbers, and the numbers are from 2019, and you have probably heard it many times that 1/3 of total greenhouse gas emissions are related to food systems, and here it's divided then by farm gate, post-farm gate, and land use change. And in the ENOUGH project, we work with the post-farm gate. Some more graphics here. This shows the emissions from the food cold chain, and it's divided into different parts of the food cold chain, and the emission sources, you can see the colors. So we have the process, transport, storage, retail, and then domestic, and green is energy consumption, yellow is refrigerant leakage, and the orange one is fuel consumption. And you see quite naturally transport has a lot of emissions from fuel consumption. But it's not the only emissions that are related to the food cold chain, because we have this as well. We had food loss and waste. So on the left-hand side, we have food loss. We often connect that with the processing stage. It could be storage, transport. And then on the right-hand side, we have the consumer stage, which is we often call food waste. Then. And if you remember the last slide, if you put that together, the graphics there, and put that in the middle, we see the dimensions here, that food loss and waste is really important. And you have also heard several times that 1/3 of food produced is wasted in the world. In Europe or EU, it's about 20%. So we still have a little bit to go on there. It's also a report which has been presented yesterday that says that, but we can say, but by improving the cold chain, 12% of food produced globally can be saved. So it's not only about kind of recognizing the issues, it's also what can we do about it, and that's what we work with in this ENOUGH project. It's funded by the European Commission. We are halfway through. We have 2 more years to go. And the goals, as mentioned before as well, is to provide technologies, tools and methods to achieve climate neutral food businesses. And this is, of course, working with European countries, European partners, but many of these technologies can be applied also globally. So I will now give you, I could probably be here and talk the entire day, but I try to be short and give you a few examples of what we are working with within this project. So the first one is mapping and predicting greenhouse gas emissions, and this work package is led by Joshua here. And we have found out, you saw the numbers before, okay? We know quite a lot what's related with emissions from the cold chain and so. But we need more detailed data. Just knowing the big numbers won't give us the measures or the indications on what to improve. But we have found out that it's not that easy to access this. And why is that? Well, we have different sources of this. The countries maybe they collect in a different ways. We also have the different sectors and so. So it has been a huge work to do this, but it's also very important because everybody talks about the emissions, but we need to know where are the emissions and to be able to do something about it. And we have seen that there is a need to standardize data collection and availability. So we have collected quite a lot of data already. So we have for 1990 and 2019, and this will be disseminated in the coming months or so. We are doing this for 10 countries in Europe, and we're using top-down model, and including Scope 1 emissions, Scope 2 emissions, and partly Scope 3 emissions as well. And we will continue this work by predicting the greenhouse gas emissions for 2030 and 2050. And the QR code, I will also show it later again, is to our webpage where we are, it's very important for this project to disseminate and make the results open. So we are regularly updating the webpage. The second example is technology roadmaps. And within these roadmaps, we have done reviews on different technologies that can be applied in the food cold chain. And we also do some modeling to assess the impact of these, to see what are the energy use and the carbon emissions. And we have 6 roadmaps. 2 are already published for retail and storage, and we are working with catering, transport, and domestic. These will be finalized in the coming months as well, and then the processing will come in 2025. So, for example, this is an example. This is from the retail. What we do, kind of, what happens if we do nothing? What happens if we do a minor retrofit, or what happens if we do a major retrofit? And from this, we can then suggest recommendations. For example, if you have a small store, what can you do? And here are some examples of recommendations. So we see that it's important to change to natural refrigerants, it's important to put doors on the cabinets, and to use energy efficient equipment. And included in this is also, if we do nothing, we will still have a carbon emission factor that changes, so that is included. And it's also important to say that we look at the whole cold chain, not only the separate parts. And the results show there's quite the potential for saving the energy and also saving or reducing emissions, carbon emissions. We are also providing calculation tools, and we have a calculation tool which is online and it's accessible for all, and we think that is really important. This has been a tool that we have had it for several years, we developed in previous project, but we are adding on, including more information, more data. And you can also find a link on the web page there to how to use it, and it's quite easy to use. You select a product, for example, fruit or fish or so, and then you build a chain, like the processing and the transport, etc. You can also start from a reference chain, and then you can simulate. And at the moment, you can get data, information, results for product quality, for energy use, and CO2 emissions. But this is kind of developing all the time. And you can compare between different chains. So this is our way of taking the scientific results and putting it out, giving it, making it accessible, and so that it can be implemented in the industry. Okay, the last example is that we have demonstrators in this project. It's like small projects within the project, and we have 21 of them, and they are across the whole food value chain, and they are demonstrating relevant, viable decarbonization technologies to the European food industry. But of course, it's not only for the European food industry, we can also apply it elsewhere. And examples of technology that is included in these are high temperature heat pumps, heat recovery, integrated management, thermal energy storage, natural working fluids, and also looking at electrical units or including photovoltaics. And some of them are concentrating on one technology, some are incorporating more than that. So the summary, we are, the examples I have shown is about decarbonizing the food sector. We are collecting data and building technology roadmaps. We're also developing calculation tools, and we have the demonstrators, and you can go to the webpage, you will find more information. And some key messages are, we're providing, think that natural working fluids is the right solution, so that we are developing that. Reducing energy demand is very important. Examples were doors on cabinet, retail cabinets, and include energy efficient equipment. And of course, as I said in the beginning, prevent food and loss and waste. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina, for this very nice overview about the ENOUGH program. And again, here I would like to link again for the work we have been doing through ENOUGH, particularly to the emissions database. And I would like to say here that the IR is very proud and happy that we are able now to, we have been able to build good expertise on emissions database to predict the future emissions together with our partners through ENOUGH. And we are very happy to share this knowledge and make it available for other projects and countries. So ENOUGH is not only about EU work, EU program. We are also working beyond the borders, let's say, and take learnings from here to there. And so for that, I would like to link to the next presentation on the IAR technical assistance that we have been doing to the World Bank on the implementation of clean and energy efficient solutions to the agriculture cold chain, particularly in Bangladesh, in India, and where our IAR expert, Professor Judith Evans from London South Bank University, has been leading this work. Judith, please. Yes, yeah, of course. Okay, here you are.
So thank you, Jos. Thanks for the introduction. I just wanted to stress as well, obviously the IIR were involved in this piece of work, but we also had other partners in the UK and also in Bangladesh that very much helped us with producing this piece of work. So just as some background, this is all about developing meat and milk cold chains in Bangladesh. But why are we doing this? One of the main reasons is that food cold chains in lower income countries like Bangladesh are developing extremely rapidly. We need to really make sure that as they develop, they get the best technologies and the best advice. Because often lack of access to cooling affects the farmers. They often have, as Christina was mentioning, very high levels of food loss. In lower income countries, it tends to be more an issue of food loss, and in developed countries, more an issue of food waste. But this very much affects their income. Health can also be affected. It's not only access to nutrients and good quality food, it's also a food safety problem, that some of the food actually deteriorates, and so they're eating food that isn't of good quality and maybe even may have food poisoning bacteria on it. There's also an issue of hunger. Food insecurity has actually been increasing for the last 6 years and now affects more than 30% of the world population. And so also for the country, it's a huge food security issue. And cooling and access to cold chains can help mitigate these issues. There's some nice pictures on the right-hand side which basically show that from the IR that show that by actually using refrigeration, we could actually feed 950 million people more per year than we do at the moment, which really mitigates that issue with food insecurity. So developing meat and milk cold chains in Bangladesh. How did this project originate? It's a World Bank project, and they're supporting Bangladesh's agriculture sector to particularly develop their meat and dairy cold chains. And it's under what's called the LDDP project, which is the Livestock and Dairy Development Project. And their whole aim is to help smallholder farmers, entrepreneurs, to improve their livestock production levels and to give them access to markets and to enhance the quality of their products. So what are the issues surrounding developing those cold chains? One of the issues is that most farms are really, really small. Often farmers have only a few cows. They're dominated, the whole market's dominated by the informal sector, by which I mean is there isn't a lot of formal actors in the chain who so it's a very informal sector where the farmers themselves are generally selling directly to market rather than through anybody else. There's issues such as meat is slaughtered in wet markets with no chilling, and milk's often sold directly after collection with no chilling whatsoever. But you've got to remember that these are very rural communities. The farmers have only very small parcels of land, and they're surviving often on very low amounts of money, maybe something like $2 a day. So if you're trying to introduce cold chains into a market like that, you've got an issue where farmers have very little money, they're surviving hand to mouth. You've also got issues which they're very rural communities. They often do have access to electricity, but they don't have it all the time. So there's a huge number of issues surrounding developing cold chains in countries like this. But there is a huge demand for meat and milk. These graphs, remember that they show a gap in the market. This is not the market itself, this is the gap. And so you can see for milk and meat, you can see that there is a gap in demand at the moment, so there's a need in the market for both milk and meat. And even if you're following the low growth scenario, there's still a growth going on to about 2040. And if you've got the high growth scenario, which is the yellow line, the higher line, there's a huge lack and gap in the market of these products. And so there is huge growth potential, potentially. So the current situation, I just wanted to tell you perhaps a little bit about the current situation for the milk and meat cold chains. You can see some nice pictures there on the right-hand side. These are actually taken from Bangladesh and taken during the project, so these are not just stock photographs. But the majority of farmers typically have about 5 cows. They're actually not very high producing milk cows. They produce less than 5 litres. In a developed country, the cow will produce 20 to 30 litres per day. And that's due to things like poor animal breeding, healthcare, training of the farmers. The feed is very expensive as well, and they can't afford it. And, the reality is that a lot of those individual farmers don't produce enough milk to actually justify a cooling system themselves. Generally, they sell the milk directly to their neighbours. They may take it to market where the conditions are quite unhygienic. But generally, worst case, if they have any milk left over, they'll store it in their own domestic fridge and freezers. And, there's a huge market in people trusting each other, because there's often been things like adulteration in the market. People will mix water into the milk, or even things like hydrogen peroxide to give it longer shelf life. And so, if there's a market like that, you're very much going to trust your neighbour where you've actually seen them milk the cow, so it's very fresh, and it's good. And so there's almost like a distrust sometimes in chilling and cold chain. In slaughterhouses, again, these are pictures directly from markets. Modern and safe slaughterhouses, they do exist, but there aren't many of them. And most animals are actually slaughtered under quite primitive circumstances. And that's really an animal welfare issue as well. And they're slaughtered in these wet markets, as you can see, the type of pictures that you're seeing on the right-hand side. And there is a market for chilled meat, but it's very much a market that's used by high-class hotels and restaurants. And again, there's a level of trust. If you've seen the animal being slaughtered and you take the meat directly, you know it's very fresh. You know that it's relatively clean, and you're going to eat it within, you're going to eat it that day. So, lots of issues that we found around trying to develop cold chains. Farmers actually do want to expand their operations. It's not that they want to stay as they are, but land's also at a premium. Most farmers don't have large enough farms to justify cold chains, so there's a need to actually get together, to work together as individually. They're not really going to be able to make a business case. There's huge issues around hygiene and food safety. Some farms are off-grid, but there's absolutely massive potential for solar radiation and using solar energy in Bangladesh. There is issues about cooling being perceived to have limited value, and that comes from also the farmers all the way through to the consumers. And huge issues also around financing and business models. There is a formal chain in Bangladesh. I'm going to run through these relatively quickly because I'm starting to run up to my time. But there are dairies in Bangladesh, and they operate this sort of model you can see in the picture here, where they get milk from farms that go to what's called village milk collection centres. And then you have about 20 village milk collection centres that are combined into a dairy hub, which then the milk's then transported to a processing plant, which is a very large facility where they make butter, ghee, cheese, etc. And there are some formal abattoirs as well. There is some increase in demand for hygienically slaughtered meat. But one of the most significant things is there's currently a huge capacity availability in those abattoirs. For example, we found out from one factory they handle about 50 to 60 cows per day in the abattoir, but they have the capacity for 300 cows and 3,000 goats. So it's not as if the capacity isn't there in the market. It's just that the market needs to actually develop, and you need to have farmers actually producing more product from better quality animals. So to come to our recommendations, we had a 3-step approach. The first step really is baseline and really enabling that cold chain to develop. So really farmers need to have animals with better breeding. They need to produce more milk. There needs to be more of an incentive for them to be able to, get together and to be able to work together to produce a cold chain. There's then a stage which is more an implementation stage, and then a third stage which is very much supporting the ongoing development of the cold chain. So in terms of milk, facilities really need to be over 1,000 litres per day to be economic. And so you need to share facilities, you need better breeding of cows, you need to develop hubs. The model that's already been developed by some actors in the chain seems to be quite a good one and seems to have been successful. But there is an issue with using PV. Some of the formal actors in the chain have installed solar-powered facilities, but for various reasons they haven't carried on using them. And so really there's a need to encourage the use of solar power, and that's perhaps training, examples of good practice, for example. And with meat, there's few on-farm options for chilling meat. Even using solar radiation, you need so many solar panels. It just doesn't make sense. You really need to go to large facilities. We looked at mobile facilities as well, which is one option. But there's been, quite a lot of evidence from developed countries that they don't work very well, but they may possibly work at wet markets, and so that might be worth investigating. But otherwise, using the large central facilities that are available seems a really good option. They have capacity, they are already there. But, we really need to develop an infrastructure. We need systems and make sure that people, when they are actually installing cold chain, is that they're installing energy efficient, sustainable, low GWP refrigerants. So this idea about leapfrogging, to make sure that they don't go to intermediate solutions, they have the best solutions at the start. huge issues around business models and financing and training. And, you know, we also need to make sure that there's marketing of the cold chain. That's not just to farmers, but also consumers, because consumers don't always necessarily value the cold chain. So there needs to be really things like producers group, interprofessional bodies, and, you know, maybe a marketing campaign also to consumers to make people better understand and value the cold chain. So I just wanted to finish there, say thank you very much. I'm sorry I've gone over my time by a couple of minutes, but thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Judith. So as you could see, it's a complete work that we have done to the World Bank. So we have been looking at the market needs, trying to understand the public perception, but also what is available there, what we can do there. We have been providing with recommendations on the technology, but also trying to explain the importance of the implementation of an energy efficient cold chain solution, advising on the business plan to make the technology viable, how to help to unlock the finance mechanism and so on. So it was really a very exciting project that we are very happy we have been coordinating for the World Bank. And for that, I'm going to link to the next presentation, in the Plus project presentation. I think we are displaying the video, right? Again, on this kind of multilateral cooperation, the importance of this kind of cooperations to implement sustainable and energy efficient cooling solutions. And so Armin Hafner, thank you for being here online. But in order to secure a presentation for IndyPlus, we have asked him to record his presentation, but he will be here during the panel discussion if you would like to share any thoughts.
Okay, let's see if this works now.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Armin Hafner, and I'm glad to be able to present to you this morning some actions around the IndyPlus, where we support the Indian refrigeration and air conditioning sector on their transition towards the more environmental friendly technology. The Future Refrigeration Project India, IndyPlus, is funded by the Norwegian Embassy in New Delhi. The duration is until next year, end of next year, and we and NTNU, the Norwegian University of Science and Technology, are coordinating the project. We have a lot of partners in our project, which I would like to show you, not only the logos, if you see them on the lower part, but also people. This is all about people, a team of experts and developing experts helping in this transition and helping to implement and do the knowledge transfer we are all looking for. So what are we doing? What are the objectives? We are doing support to introduce an HFC reclamation action and business model in India, and trying also to develop the implementation of future R&D programs so they can be well defined. And to the other extent, we are looking to demonstrate field applications of natural refrigerants in different applications in India. And this is all to support the India's commitment to achieve the goals of the different agreements, and last but not least, make these systems in India. So what are these demonstration units made in India? What is the main intent? Well, we will support, and we are supporting the vendors on technical assistance, doing the design, installation, commissioning, operation. That means they are able, after this project and doing these projects, to do the next units on their own. And in addition, the vendors support us by enable us to disseminate the measured process data for national and international knowledge building. And we can use the sites to do training, on-site workshops, hand-on experience to all people who want to do this. They are announced on our website. I will come back to that. And with this, we are working on the challenges and the solutions together and exchange the knowledge and the lessons learned. Both the good and the bad ones, so we don't do the bad ones once again. So this will help all of us to improve and to reach a faster implementation of this kind of technology. These are some of the examples. We are not listing all of them because some of the projects are ongoing and the end users were not willing to highlight that they're using this technology. But here I give you some examples from hotels where this kind of systems where we do heating and cooling at the same time with one unit represents a very energy efficient way to do this. School kitchen and industrial heat pumps is one other sector of industrial heat pumps where we also do mainly heating and chilling at the same time. In the seafood process industry, low temperature is essential, and with CO2 refrigeration we can go down to minus 50 degrees C, which enables to do a very fast freezing of valuable products and having thereby a very high quality. In another part we are doing onboard ice production in fishing vessels. So coming back to the hotel, this is one example of a hotel installation. As I said, we can do hot water, 80-degree water in a once-through process with this heat pump, which is then absorbing the heat from the chiller system, which is maintaining comfort in the rooms and in the halls. That heat is used to produce hot water simultaneously and stored. Another example is school kitchen in Bangalore. These kind of school kitchens, they feed across India. That the target is to feed 3 million children. They need a lot of hot water to produce, to cook the meals, and at 67 locations they're doing this. Mainly they're using oil-fueled boilers to heat up water, and we are replacing this with a CO2 heat pump for one of the kitchens in Bangalore as the first one, where a 140 kilowatt boil unit is replacing the oil burner, and they can double the production of food, the amount of food produced in the day when utilizing this heat pump. This is a very nice example, and it is in operation from very early 2024. In the fish process plant, most of the products are for export. Some are also utilized in India as well. However, quality and temperature and sustainability is very important. That's why the end users want to utilize natural working fluid like CO2 and ammonia in their systems, because then they can show to the end users, to their customers, that they do this kind of processing on a very sustainable and clean cooling way with CO2 and ammonia only. And the onboard flake ice unit, which we are developing with some vendors, will help to secure the high quality of the fish when it is caught outside in small fishing vessels, which normally just do have some bunker ice, and if that ice is gone there is no more cooling. So with the onboard system they can do it, and it's powered by the boat engine via a belt. Very simple, easy to maintain. We are looking forward to get this in operation. So in addition, we do have some educational units for the different sites, different partner institutes, because then they can use these demos for all the educational units for practical training of students and arranging local workshops to get a hands-on experience with CO2 refrigeration technology, which is just introduced in India, while else in Europe it is kind of mainstream in many places. So this is implemented in 3 of these laboratories, and there will be more workshops later in 2024. There will be the workshops. So in summary, we are helping to get this performance data out, make them available, validate what we have promised, and help the vendors to do a multiplication of their production. And with the training activities, more experts will be trained, more experts will see how these units are working. We share this data, nothing is hidden, and we are looking also forward to do this in other countries. If you have any questions, we will have a session later where we can discuss visit our website, and I hope this gives you a short introduction what we are doing, what is our aim, and you're welcome to ask questions. Thanks for now, and I'm looking forward to meet you next time. Thanks.
Thank you, Armin. Thank you very much for this overview about the role, the main role of this type of yeah. Please don't hesitate to upload him. So another example about the multilateral corporations to support the transition and the leapfrog to energy performant and clean solutions. NT+ is not only about demonstrating the technology, it's also about building local capacities, and this is the other aspect that we need to look at. So building capacities in terms of how we can service, maintain the refrigeration system is very important. And here I'm linking to our fourth presentation. It's about, so this is a work that the IR has been coordinating to the World Bank. It's a walking cold rooms. So this is a practitioner technical guideline. So on the design and operation of walking cold rooms for pre-cooling and storage of fresh produce in hot climates, in off-grid and unreliable grid situations. And this is a work that has been coordinated by the IR and specifically Giovanni Cortella, Professor Giovanni Cortella from University of Udine, who has been coordinating this work. And we have been completing this work together with Energy Saving Trust, our partners for the World Bank. And we are happy today to say that we are launching this book. So this is only the summary, executive summary that you can find out here, but the full book is available on the IAR website. So I'm happy to give the floor for Jakub Verba from Energy Saving Trust to give few words about your contribution to this book. And then we will display the video. Yeah, please.
No. Hi everyone, it is a pleasure to be here. As Josh mentioned, I'm Jakub Verba and I co-lead energy access research at Efficiency for Access, which is a global coalition aiming to double the efficiency and halve the cost of off-grid solar appliances. We are also the UK government's Ardent Fund co-leads for sustainable cooling for all, which means that we do a lot of work related to cooling. So this guide, of course, focuses on solar-powered walking cold rooms, which are essential to improve livelihoods of smallholder farmers and marketplace vendors. It can increase food security and improve diets of people in the global south. And of course, it can also reduce post-harvest losses, which is challenging at the moment, especially in the global south where the cooling infrastructure is non-existent. So this guide provides really practical and tangible examples how the cold room should be operated and designed, and therefore they would become valuable assets and not white elephants as it has happened in the past. So we are very pleased to launch the guide together with the IR and of course with the support from the World Bank, without whom this guide wouldn't have been possible. And we are also grateful to all the co-authors and contributors who fed into the guide, and in particular to Giovanni and Jeremy, who were the two main driving forces behind the whole guide. And with that, I would like to hand over to Giovanni to tell us a little bit more about the actual guide and what's in there. Giovanni, over to you.
Thank you, Jakub. Thank you so much.
I will play the video here. And I think this one and other folders, brochures are also out on the table outside of this booth.
The starting point of this work is the awareness that about 13% of the food produced in the world for human consumption is lost. More than 21% is lost in sub-Saharan Africa, while some estimate much higher losses of around 1/3. At the same time, population is growing fast, especially in those countries in Africa and Asia where the population relies upon rural and traditional food systems. Therefore, rural economies in the Global South must be a major focus to help reduce food loss and improve nutrition. The IIR from its very beginning, produces books and guides to promote good practices in refrigeration. And there was already a guide on technical aspects of cold rooms in warm climates. However, growing awareness that some attempts of improving the cold chain in the global south failed not just for technical reasons, but rather for wrong choices at the planning stage, led to the idea of a brand new book, starting from a different perspective. The chance to meet SMAP and its efficient clean cooling program, as well as efficiency for access, with their funding and their worldwide connections, allowed to build a strong team and start this project more than 1 year ago, and now launch this new book. The guide deals with working cold rooms, which are a primary link in the cold chain, preventing perishable products from being discarded and sustaining the nutritional value. However, cold rooms in hot climate conditions and unreliable power supply are extremely challenging, and manufacturers are learning day by day how to design and operate them. Furthermore, it has been clearly experienced that projects with single cold rooms installed randomly in a traditional farming economy, like the one in the global south, often fails, sometimes for technical reasons, sometimes for a wrong business plan. A holistic approach is needed, starting with a thorough planning supported by data analysis and policy and regulations for the governments. Many governments recognize the importance of cooling and are already taking action developing and publishing national cooling action plans. This has to be done in an environment where people are aware of the benefits of using cold storage, so training of farmers and market owners, where cutting-edge technology is employed to improve effectiveness and reliability of the systems, so training of designers and technicians, where partnerships and links are established among farmers, stakeholders and all actors, and finally, where access to financing is made easier. Trying therefore to summarize the purpose of the guide, it can be to present accessible, practical guidance that enables developers, owners, operators and suppliers to specify, install and operate effective and appropriate pre-coolers and cold rooms that are as economically viable as possible in off-grid, unreliable and limited power supply situations. The key points for the guide are: working cold rooms up to around 80 cubic meters are considered, even if most information can be extended to larger size. Sandwich panel construction, even if some information is given for construction with locally available materials. Not refrigerated transport. Horticultural and agricultural produce. Not meat, nor fish, bulk milk cooling, ice production, not healthcare, vaccines. Chill storage at temperature above 0 degrees. Electrically driven vapor compression system technologies, in favor of reliability and simple maintenance, with skills likely to be available regionally. Other technologies are available, but fall outside the scope of this guide. On the contrary, simple solutions like, for example, passive cooling by shading or evaporative effect are considered to achieve pre-cooling of warm produce from the field, but are not covered in any detail. Reliability and affordability are priorities, but such technologies are expensive for these markets, and therefore innovative financing and business models are considered. Suggestions for a correct planning are therefore given for the best exploitation and investment and to avoid white elephants. Finally, further reading is signposted for further suggestions and main alternative and complementary solutions. When it comes to power supply, reliable grid, unreliable grid, and off-grid solutions are considered, with a particular focus on solar photovoltaic energy source. For unreliable grid and off-grid solutions, an energy storage device has to be considered, and we consider both electrical and thermal energy storage. The book offers guidance through the steps to plan, specify, install and run a cold room, enabling effective discussions with specialists, suppliers and funders. In fact, Specifying a cold room and integrating it into an agriculture or horticultural value chain is quite complex and needs independent professional advice, possibly locally available, because solutions may differ considerably in different areas or markets. The path from the first idea to an operative cold room are shown here. First, it is checked if a cold room is the right solution to the problem, through the evaluation of the market needs and availability of technologies and funding. Provided a cold room is the right choice, cooling loads are estimated, depending also on the purpose of the cold room. If pre-cooling is considered, ideally a dedicated system should be used to reduce the pre-cooling time. Based on this information, the size and type of cold room is chosen, together with the refrigeration system, to ensure the cold room can be effective and afford its duty. This guide considers not only typical sandwich panel cold rooms, but also pre-assembled cold rooms, prefabricated cold room kits, refrigerated ISO containers, self-built cold rooms, converted shipping containers. Then the electrical power requirement is estimated. Once the site is chosen, the available power supply is known and the proper configurations for solar photovoltaic production are suggested, together with effective energy storage solutions to afford unreliable or even off-grid operation. Fuel power generators are not considered due to their serious drawbacks, among which high maintenance costs, fuel costs, negative environmental impacts. Among renewable energy sources, photovoltaic is considered as the most common choice. Business models are then compared for the best exploitation of the investment. In fact, revenues generated may not only be sufficient to cover the high investment costs or be affordable to the customers, such as smallholder farmers. Innovative business models are proposed, for example, service-based models. The most promising value chains are to be identified. Reliable market access has to be ensured for logistics and operations. Finally, the business model should guarantee the highest utilization rate for the cold room. Financing routes must be identified, risks and costs well known and correctly evaluated. Finally, technical specification can be outlined and the go-no-go decision stage is reached. If the decision is to proceed, the tender or procurement process starts, and then we move to installation and commissioning. Installation is a crucial phase. A good installation prevents from unexpected failures in the future and allows a long lifetime to the system. Commissioning is important as well for the same reasons. During its lifetime, the system has then to be operated and managed, and this is the last step in the guide towards a walk-in cold room fully operational. This guide is written on the practical experience of leading experts and suppliers across Africa, India and elsewhere, and surely it will help suppliers and users to achieve the best solutions for each application and avoid common mistakes. It is freely available as a PDF file on both the IIR and Efficiency for Access websites, where you will find both the full guide, more than 200 pages, and an overview for a wider audience. The International Institute of Refrigeration has led the project and wishes to thank everyone who contributed to this task through knowledge, experience, and hard work. You will find a full list of contributors in the guide. Personally, I wish to thank Jeremy Tite for his invaluable contribution in co-editing this book and writing the overview. Thank you all and enjoy reading.
Thank you very much, Giovanni. Unfortunately, it's only 5 minutes left, and I would like to ask you if you have any question for our presenters. So Armin is here. Hello, Armin. We can see you in big. Giovanni as well. Hello. Do you have any particular question? As I can do. Okay. Probably I can start with you, Armin. So we know that Indy Plus is a program that is there to foster the transition, which is very important to work on, but also we are there to build local capacities and also changing the public perception. Could you please tell us a little bit more about the role of Indy Plus?
Plus is a program.
Yeah, as you may have heard in the presentation, it's two different sectors where we are working. We are helping government to develop new programs for supporting the research and development of these kind of units towards different approaches, because in the air conditioning sector, for example, Godrej has already R290 systems, split units for the broad market, and they're producing 100,000 of these. So they could even ramp up even more if the government would support them in a way to labelize the cost, because the cost of the HFC system is still a bit lower than R290 system. So that's on the government. They can do with a small incentive. They could boost that market a lot. We will help the industry and the end user to understand, to implement CO2 or ammonia systems, or continue using ammonia systems, because they have a lot of ammonia systems in India, and they're safe and they're super energy efficient. So we will help them to reduce charge and maybe add a CO2 system on it to go even lower in temperature, down to -40, -50, to really secure food and also keep the quality of the products, so they can even get a better price. And that's what the end users want, and the vendors as well, and we help the vendors to be in the market and to stay in the market with natural and clean cooling.
Yeah, thank you very much, Armin. Question for Giovanni, and probably also at the, for Jakub at the same time, but probably we are going to pick up first Giovanni. So Giovanni, we know that the main outcome of this project is not only the book, right? So it's a full cooperation that has been established between different stakeholders, organizations, and manufacturers. So what is the next step with this book?
Thank you, Josh. Yes, you know, the actual outcome of the guide is not just the guide, as you said, but it's a network of experiments. I would say that the IR guide has been a catalyst to meeting all together around the table, the same table. From my point of view, this is really great. And we could have a collaborative platform. For example, we could work about further projects. We could work about the quality framework of the cold stores. We know each other quite well now, and this is a good reason to go on and continue with this network going on for further projects, possibly fund it, and trying to improve as much as possible the cold chain in these developing warming countries.
Thank you, Giovanni. Probably Jakub, you would like to add a few words on that, if you can come just here.
Thanks, Josh. Yeah, I must admit it's been a lot of work. It took 2 years to get to this stage, but it's just the beginning. Now we need to make sure that the guide is actually read by the stakeholders, by the companies, and by the private sector. So what we are planning to do is to host webinars. We are open to having one-to-one presentations with interested parties, and we would also like to make sure that the companies actually get to read all the recommendations in the guide. And maybe from a more practical perspective, the World Bank's SMAP team just launched a new quality assurance program for solar-powered walk-in cold rooms, which was to some extent informed by the development of this guide, and now they are launching this new program. So we are planning to continue collaborating with the SMAP team on that. And just one call to action would be, if anyone is interested to work with us on the food and energy nexus, then we would be more than happy to work with everyone, because collaboration is key to make sure that access to energy efficient solar-powered walk-in cold rooms in the global south happens in the next 7 years.
Thank you very much, Jakub. I think it's also important to to give the word to Didier Coulon. It's important that you tell us a little bit more about.
Well, good morning, Didier Coulon. I'm the Director General of the IIR. I would like to also add the fact that effectively it is very important for us to work with various partners, and I'm very pleased that we could have several projects with the World Bank and the various subsidiaries of the World Bank. I would like to add, for instance, that we also had a project in India, in West Bengal. As you see, the project in West Bengal was different than the project in Bangladesh. They are very near countries or regions, but the solutions were different. And thus it is very important for us to first work with partners on our network. We have a network of experts, but also with some local organizations. And for instance, we had local universities which help us in West Bengal and in Bangladesh. And in addition, for us, of course, it is important after the project to have some good consequences. And so it was mentioned that we will organize seminars. We have various occasions of conferences with various stakeholders in various countries. So we use these opportunities to present, for instance, this guide. And my aim is also that we will have national cooling action plans in each country, which take into account the various projects we have. And of course, the IIR will be at the disposal of the countries. We are an intergovernmental organization. I mean, we will be able, I hope that we will be able to help the countries to implement national cooling action plans using the tools we have, for instance, this guide, but also the experience we have, the informatory notes we have some notes in addition to that, in order to present you some data, some solutions, technical solutions, and with a local implementation afterwards.
Thank you very much. We came to the end of our side event. Thank you very much, Armin Hafner and Giovanni Cortella, for being online with us. And thank you very much for all our speakers. And yeah, the session is over. Thank you so much. Yeah, so please, I would like to invite you to our next event, which is called 3 Degrees. I'm not going to say more about it because we are going to make it very interactive with you, the public. So please try to be here in 10 minutes. You can have some ice cream, enjoy it while you are watching 3 Degree presentation. Thank you. First, we will get some interaction with you. Yeah. And then we are presenting the main findings of this 3 Degrees report or work. Then we will have some discussion with our panelists, and then we will be closing the session with DeepUL. So first I would like to invite you to scan this QR code so that you can access a few of our questions, and then if you can include this code, then you can see, actually when you are scanning the QR code, you will find this page displayed, and there at the very top you will need to include the code. So it's 47353599. Christina, I need to switch to the Mentimeter. So just let me know when you are ready. No? We need to switch to the Mentimeter. Yeah? Great. Do you see the first question displayed? Christina, is that displayed? Christina, it's not displayed, the questions. Everyone was able to scan the QR code? Yeah? Yes? Okay. You see,
if you go to menti.com.
Yeah. Else you go to menti.com and then you enter the code, it's at the top. And then you will see the first question appearing. And there I would like to hear from you. Yeah. So if you buy fruits and vegetables, what is your practice? What is your regular practice? From where do you buy those? I mean, fruits and vegetables, or any product in general. So the first option is the farm, then the market, then chilled from the supermarket, then frozen from the supermarket. So what is your regular practice? Okay, now we have like 5 answers. Chilled from the supermarket. Okay. Everyone has answered? Yeah? Okay, we have more. It looks like, yeah, almost everyone is buying chilled from the supermarket. Okay. Could be worse. Okay, next one. Rank this broccoli from the healthy to the less healthy one. Which one is the most healthier one? Is it the chilled broccoli, or the one which is just harvested, or the frozen one, or the non-chilled one, the one that you buy from the from the market? Yeah. A couple of minutes, yeah. Okay. Everyone has answered? Okay, so it looks like we do have the appropriate ranking. The first one is the just harvested, the frozen one, the chilled, and then the non-chilled. Then I'm wondering why it was the chilled practice, the first slide, which has had the most of, again. The third one is, do you know the temperature of your freezer at home? And if you do, yeah, that's good. If you do know, if you know the temperature of your freezer, then just write it and it will be displayed. Write the number, yes. Write the number or say no. Mm-hmm. More answers coming? No. -10. Okay, then I think it clears. It gives a clear indication that this is a subject that not everyone is controlling. Okay, so thank you very much for the insight. So let's go then to the presentation, and let's try to answer all these questions together. Yeah. It's okay. Yes. Okay. So good. So now I'm linking to our presentation for this session. So welcome to the 3-degree seminar. So today we are speaking about the role of frozen food in achieving resilience and equitable and sustainable food system, but at the same time ensuring a minimum environmental impact. So this is a research work, a scoping study that we have been doing for DP World. So DP World is the largest company in the world on logistics and moving products at an international level. So frozen food, they do have many benefits. However, with frozen food, it comes a significant energy consumption. And the core of the challenge is to keep frozen food temperature at sub-zero, so below 0. And I mean, since almost now 100 years, the temperature for frozen food is an international or the global standards is -18 degrees Celsius, which corresponds to 0 Fahrenheit. So in this work, what we have been trying to do, and this is an initiative from DP World, is to look at the size of the price in increasing the frozen food temperature from -18 to -15. And they have been calling us as a research community to look at all the energy wins, the economic wins, but also trying to understand the main implications when it comes to food safety and quality. So this is a work that has been led by the IIR, but also in collaboration with the Center for Sustainable Cooling at the University of Birmingham, the African Center of Excellence for Sustainable Cold Chains, London South Bank Universities, but also with other reputed research organizations and experts from food and refrigeration sectors. Namely University of Cranfield, Wageningen, INEGI from Portugal, and SINTEF. And of course, a work which is supported by DP World. So, yeah, so our food system is much challenged. So it is undergoing a number of challenges, like, for example, extreme heats again, a growing population that needs to have safe and healthy access to food, a widespread hunger, but adding to that, to the top of that, food loss and waste. So food loss and waste, they are responsible, I mean, these are making our access to food and food security in danger. And then globally, about 40% of production, so according to the IIR, is 40% of the food production globally needs to benefit from cold chain. However, it's only 45% of this amount which is being refrigerated. And this is generating up to 13% of food losses. And this is mainly happening in low-income economies, where a functional cold chain are completely absent. So to put this in a perspective, if food loss and waste were a country, this would have been ranked as the third largest emitting country of emissions. And while in the high-income economies, we speak more about food waste, which are more associated of the behavior of the consumer, low-income economies, we speak more about food loss, which is more related to the absence of technical infrastructure or financial infrastructure, I mean, for the post-harvest management of the product. So clearly, cold chains are a critical infrastructure to reduce food loss and wastes, and cold chains are the solution, yes, but at the same time, cold chains are a large part of the problem if we are not doing any actions to reduce the emissions. According to the IIR, cooling technologies are responsible for more than 7% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. At the same time, HFCs are the fastest growing source of greenhouse gas emissions. So under a business as usual scenario, these emissions are expected to double by 2030 and even to triple by 2100. And this is particularly expected to happen in low and middle income economies. So refrigeration systems is not only about energy consumption and environment, it's also impacting our health by producing and generating airborne pollutant, and particularly in the mobile stage of the refrigeration. While, for example, the refrigeration unit of a transport vehicle is consuming more than 20% of the fuel of the car itself, but at the same time is generating airborne pollutants, which are very harmful for our health. So again, here is very important to make sure that we are satisfying all the needs, but with the minimum environmental impact and also health impact. So according to the IIR, again, an upgrade of the cold chain level in low-income economies to that of the high-income economies, but in terms of the infrastructure of the cold chain, but also in terms of efficiency. This would reduce the global food losses by 55% and the total carbon emissions by 47%. So what is the role of frozen food chain? So while a lot of focus has been put on chilled cold chains, less work has been done on frozen food. Although frozen food represents many benefits. They do have economic benefits from the moment they reduce food loss and waste through an extended shelf life. So it offers the opportunity to for a scheduled consumption. So we do have sense of thanks to the extended shelf life. It also smoothes the effect of seasonality. So when the product is available, it's possible to store it for long times and then consequently stabilize the price due to the shortage or the surplus. It also has health benefits from the moment it has a better nutritional value than the chilled food. From the moment it locks all the nutrients inside the food since it's frozen. It ensures food safety from the moment it inactivates the microorganisms below minus 12 degrees Celsius. So all the molds and yeasts and microbes that below from the moment they are stored below minus 12 degrees Celsius. These are if this frozen food ensures food safety. It has environmental benefits since it offers the possibility to model shift from air to sea transport. And there we have there is a study that Norwegian study reporting that transporting a frozen salmon from Norway to Japan cuts the emission by third when it comes compared to transport a chilled salmon by air. At the same time, frozen food consumption is increasing in low-income economies, but also in high-income economies. And then, consequently, the energy consumption will increase, and something needs to be done in that sense. So this is why we are investigating moving by 3 degrees from minus 18 to minus 15. We have been looking at all the opportunities against in terms of energy wins, economic wins, but also putting the spotlight on all the implication when it comes to food safety and quality. So Judith Evans from London South Bank University, she has been developing a mathematical model to explore to calculate the energy wins. And we have found out that moving from minus 18 degrees Celsius to minus 15 degrees Celsius would reduce the energy consumption by 25 terawatt hours per year. And 25, just to put this in a perspective, 25 terawatt hours per year is equivalent to twice the electricity consumption of Kenya. So this is equivalent to mitigating the carbon emissions by 17 million tons CO2 equivalent per year. And this is, to put this again into a perspective, this is equivalent to the carbon emissions which are emitted by 4 million cars. In the context of the transition to renewables, moving by 3 degrees, this would reduce the pressure on renewables. So this would avoid building more 11.4 gigawatt of new wind generation capacity, so wind turbines. In addition, so cold chains at minus 15 degrees Celsius, this would cut a further 87.9 million tons CO2 per year by saving 30% of food loss due to the lack of cold chain. So the minus 18 or moving by 3 degrees, this is not the first time that this subject has been explored. Yeah, so there has been some studies, particularly done by industries before, And here we can name the example of Nomads Foods, who have calculated 10% of energy saving by moving by 3 degrees. And here I would like to highlight that since we have been calculating 5 to 7% energy saving, and this is because Nomads Food and their work, they have been only looking at the carbon emission, the energy wins at the cold store point, while in our work we have been applying -15 through all the sectors of the cold chain, and which is supposed to be this way. It's also important to specify that if we are moving by 3 degrees or for a specific set point temperature, it's important to make sure that this temperature is set all over all the sectors. Because what it looks like a seamless temperature controlled environment, it's actually a succession of many interruptions. For example, an equipment failure, or during charging and discharging product from the vehicle to the store, or it can even be a human failure. So it's very important to make sure that -15 is applied everywhere, because else one sector will be disadvantaged. I will make it. And we need to further decrease the temperature from -15 to -18, and this will, in that case, it will need to cope with extra energy demand. So in terms of safety and quality, so what do 3 degrees mean in terms of safety and quality? So obviously we have been looking at this. What we can say at this stage, and this is scientifically proven, is that -15 has no impact on food safety. Yeah, from the moment we are storing food below -12, food is safe. What we can also claim at this stage is that freezing offers a similar quality product compared to fresh, meaning that the most healthier food is, of course, the food that you just harvested from farm, like Judith said, like after a couple of minutes. But then right away, the second best option is frozen food, because it locks all the nutrients inside. So frozen food also offer many benefits compared to chilled food, and here we are showing the example of a frozen spinach, but also a chilled spinach. And there you can see that in terms of vitamin C, because the way we measure the quality of the food is we are looking at the content of vitamin C. You can see that in the chilled spinach, it's only a matter of days, and then the vitamin C content decreases below the critical content. While for -15 degrees Celsius, we can the practical storage life can go up to 3 months. And of course, obviously, longer, like twice probably the practical storage life for -18. But at least we know that for -15 degrees Celsius, it makes, we have 3 months. I mean, the nutrients are locked there during 3 months. What we have also found out in this interesting study is that pre-freezing practices, the way you handle your food before the freezing process, the way you maintain is very important. And here the product selection is important, the product processing is very important, like for example the rapid heat treatment right away after the harvest, or the rapid cooling treatment, so freezing process. The freezing rate, it has an impact from the moment it impacts the growth of the crystal inside the cell. Packaging factors are also very important. The way you select your packaging material, the way you package your food to protect it from all the external contamination. So these are very important factors, and we can claim that at this stage, these pre-freezing practices are more important from the temperature itself, meaning that even if we are storing at -18 degrees, if we don't make sure that our product
is we have the best quality of the product. We have selected the best quality. We have been processing it very carefully, like rapid freezing right away after the harvest, a very good packaging. If we are not sure that these practices are well performed and underpinned, so this is a pre-freezing protocol that needs to be respected. If this is not being done, the -18 will not do the job. What you put there will stay there. So probably at -15, this gives us an interest to explore this area if we are respecting the product, packaging, and processing factors. In terms of implementation issues, the scientific evidence on food quality at -15 degrees Celsius is the game changer. So it is very important that we make more or investigate more the effect of -15 on the food quality. Again, we know that safety is not an issue. It's about guaranteeing a good quality of the product at -15 Celsius. And again, increasing the temperature but 1 or 2 degrees is not a problem. It's about the fluctuations who are around. Yeah, it's how to manage or what is the response of the product to those fluctuations that we need to investigate, and this needs to be very well investigated by science, by scientists. The cultural perception also of frozen food. So before this, I just want to mention that technology is there. So for example, the smart sensors are there for temperature and humidity control and measurements, and that can help us to detect any instantaneous fluctuation for an immediate action. Cultural perception is also one of the main barriers, like the lack of trust in refrigeration, especially in low-income economies, and we have seen this in the previous session. I mean, the definition of fresh food for us is chilled food, but in some countries, fresh food is the product that has not been processed or going through a cold chain. So it's very important to work on improving the information on the benefits of the frozen food. And we need to make a clear evidence based on the quality and the environmental challenge to engage the consumers. Equipments may need to be re-optimized. So in general, this is not a problem from the moment that the majority of the equipments are able to cope with higher temperatures. But solution also is there, for example, for compressors to make the system energy efficient. Variable speed compressors to increase the efficiency are there. The -18 degrees Celsius as a global standard. So what needs to be done at the policy level to change this at the various governance levels. But this is we are going to discuss with our panel later on. Further recommendations. So what needs to be done after this initiative? So the first thing, again, proving or bringing the scientific evidence on -15 is not affecting the quality. Also try to assess or have a deeper assessment on and try to quantify the potential for frozen food to achieve food resilience and also reduce food loss and waste. In terms of implementation, it's very important that different actors are working together, like trade, professional bodies, end user and regulatory groups. In order to achieve a better understanding of all technical, behavioral, and regulatory issues. From a policy point of view, it's also important that some governments start to look at some specific potential of moving for some particular products to move to -15 degrees Celsius. This is the case, for example, in France, Germany, and Spain. Important to coordinate all the national and international policies from the moment that the frozen food cold chains are global. So it's important that the set point temperature also is coordinated globally. Raise the consumer awareness campaign and of course identify all the research gaps that need to be cleared and justified to justify the policy change. So just to end up, a collaborative effort is needed, including the different actors, industry, science, government, consumer, to explore the opportunities for 3 degree. Yeah, so thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm very happy now to open the panel discussion, and for that I would like to invite my panelists. But first, let me welcome our online panelists.
See if we can find them here. Okay, now we can see you on the big screen, Natalia and Dirk. So you can introduce him. I think should be.
Okay, so we can see you in big. Thank you very much for joining, Natalia Falagan. Thank you so much for joining online. Natalia, she's a senior researcher at Cranfield University, so she has been much working on this scoping report, mainly looking at the safety and quality aspects of the 3 degrees. And I'm also very pleased to welcome Dirk Hoffman, the Director Product Development, UK Ports and Terminals, Commercial DP World. Thank you so much for joining us and making the effort. I know, Dirk, you are in South Africa, so thank you for, yeah, I'm happy that you could make it. Thank you for being here. I would like also to call our panelists, and please have a seat there. I'm calling Professor Judith Evans from London South Bank University. So Judith, she has been working on the modeling work to calculate all the energy winds, but also much working on food safety and quality. Professor Graham Maidment from London South Bank University as well, but we are also inviting him here today from a policy perspective. So he's also policy advisor for energy security and net zero at the UK. Shane Brennan, Senior Vice President, Global Communication at the Global Cold Chain Alliance. Dr. Christina Vidal, Senior Researcher at Sintef Ocean. Yeah. Lovely. Yeah, yes, it's good. Yeah. Okay, so thank you for being all here. So probably, Dirk, if you can, I can start with you. And we know very well at this scope, DP World, you have launched a coalition which is called the Move to -15, with many other big names in the industry. Already they are there on board. Can you start by naming those already industries, and also if you can explain the initiative behind the DP World initiative behind the Move to -15?
Great stuff. Thank you very much, and I hope the sound quality is clear enough.
It's very good. Yes, we can hear you very well.
Well, first of all, thank you very, very much for this very kind invitation to join this this panel today, and it's of course great to be part of this. Although sitting completely on the other side of the world, doing this, but this is such an important initiative. I think this is something that really captured our imagination when the study came around and said, this is something that we can really do, something that we can help to change the world. And you might actually ask, why would a ports and terminals and logistics company become involved in an initiative like this? Now, for us, it's pretty clear. We are part of the supply chain from farm to fork. All the different aspects of the supply chain funnel through our ports. So if it's from the farm, if it's in cold storage, warehousing, distribution, and then all the way to the retail aspect, it forms part of this international supply chain. And in addition, we house most of the regulatory bodies that would look at the food safety aspect of this. So I think we have this ability to transcend across the supply chain and able to talk to everyone within that chain. Now, we launched this initiative a couple of days ago at COP in Dubai. And within a couple of weeks, some of the big names in the industry has already signed up and is joining us on this move to -15. So I'll just give you a quick summary of the names that has already signed up. This is not the entire list because we want the entire world to join us, but some of the big names is AJC Group. It's a very large protein trading company based in the US. We have AP Moller Maersk in Denmark, the largest perishable shipping company. We have Daikin Containers, the manufacturing of the units of container boxes. We have the Global Cold Chain Alliance, and as you said, Shane is on the panel today, so I'm sure he will be talking about the involvement of the Global Cold Chain Alliance as part of this. We have Kuehne+Nagel Foundation, who's also very interested and super influential in the logistics aspect of the chains. We have Hapag-Lloyd, a German-based shipping company, Hort Logistics in the US, Lineage, perhaps the largest cold storage business in the world today, MSC, a Swiss-based shipping company, ONE, or the One Network Express, a Japanese shipping company, and we have CQ. Now, this is just a list of the names that signed up and is joining us in this movement to -15. But I believe there's so much more to be done in the weeks ahead, as we try to capture everyone within the supply chain, from food manufacturing and producers all the way through the chain until retail. So I think that's why it's important to us.
Thank you, Dirk. Thank you very much for this insightful things. So more and more industries are now signing off, and we do know that -18, as I said, is not a new topic. So it's probably a bit sensitive topic that has been discussed before, but no real initiative around it. So I think it's good that, congratulations that you took this initiative and you took the bull by the horns. So you dare to do it. It's very good, and we are very happy here to support building the evidence with the scientists. But why -18 degrees Celsius? Probably Shane, if you can, do you have any idea about the origin of this -18?
So it does require a bit of detective work, and I don't think there's an absolute definite 100% answer to this, but essentially it established itself as the commonly accepted set point benchmark around sort of 100 years ago, around the time when frozen food became a significant growing part of the food supply chain. It very much, I think it pegs itself to 0 degrees F, and it has a very clear certainty around it, that it's safe, that it's quality, and it's been codified at a number of different levels. We probably start at the very top at the global level in the Codex Alimentarius, which is probably the starting point for most international food regulations and food guidance, but obviously working its way down through the various regulatory structures. And it's essentially the custom and practice number, easy to remember, has a clear peg point, and it's definitely safe, and it's definitely quality. So that's probably the reason why it is what it is. In terms of the actual food science behind it, I think that actually it's exactly, and as we found through the work we've done together, it is an issue that's ripe for consideration and questioning and further research from here.
I'm probably going back to you, Dirk, because it's very interesting also to me to understand. So at this moment, the scientific evidence on safety is there, but we have been clear saying that much work needs to be done on quality. But how were you able to convince these other actors and industry players to join the move? So what is the main motivation of this industry group to join you?
I think there is a big change within industry, and perhaps from a timing perspective, and we could probably say, have we waited too long for this to happen? But I think there is a significant change in attitude from industries, and collaboration is key. I think if you looked back a few years ago, if it wasn't invented here, we're not interested in the story. But this is really a compelling argument. So I think two things that makes it quite interesting. Number one, it doesn't require any new technology. It doesn't require any new investment. This is really a change of a dial. Now, if you change it like you could basically flick the dial as if you're changing a light switch. So it's a relatively easy story to convey. It's a story about changing behavior, and I think that's why it is so vital and important. And from the CEO levels of the companies that we've interacted with, for them it's a no-brainer. And I think we need to sort of build this momentum to get there. And the number of the big brands that has already signed up, actually without seeing the scientific proof here, saying that we see something here, and we believe that there's something that we can all do for the better of the world. And I think, as you have so well explained, the incredible implications to emissions going forward, and what we can actually save as a result of a behavioral change.
Natalia, if I may ask you, so you are a food scientist from University of Cranfield. If you can tell us more about the food quality and safety standards, and what does this mean for -18? What does this mean opportunities for -15?
Thank you, Josh. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the invite. So from my perspective, one thing that we need to take into account is that each product has different requirements, and it is essential to meet those needs across the supply chain. So for example, if we take as an example fruit and vegetables, which are the most perishable food group that also represent the largest losses, we need to consider these requirements and these needs and this situation in the design of their frozen chains, and in particular the metabolism, which is active after harvest, something that doesn't happen with meat, with fish. Fruit and vegetables are still active after harvest, and this is linked to the processes of ripening and senescence, where their physiological, nutritional, and organoleptic characteristics degrade during their post-harvest life. However, if we freeze this produce, we can help keep these traits for longer. It's like a snapshot of the moment that they've been harvested. So it is essential to determine properly the harvest time and have efficient equipment that can freeze this fruit and vegetable, for example, as soon as possible and after harvest. When frozen, from my perspective, moving from -18 to -15 should not be a problem, should not have an impact in quality. I do agree we should do more research around it to optimize the process and make the most of it. In terms of safety, we look at safety, we know that most pathogens get inactivated below -12. So this does not mean that these microorganisms disappear or die, they are just inactivated. So talking about the fluctuation that you mentioned, Josh, in the temperature of the supply chain, what it can happen in terms of quality is that freezing point, perfect status of the food at that point can be modified. So if we increase the temperature, this metabolism increases and all degrading processes start again. So we don't want those fluctuations. And in terms of safety, if that fluctuation, if that change in temperature is very large, we might be activating again those microorganisms that are not healthy. So from my perspective, summarizing a little bit, to me, it's not a no-brainer to change from -18 to -15. To me, it's more about having the proper handling of frozen food. So if we change this temperature, we are increasing the sustainability of the chain, and potentially we are increasing the demand in frozen food. And therefore, we need to reach every single stakeholder in the supply chain, including consumers, to get the right handling of these products. Other than that, I think it's a very good idea. It's gonna allow us to reduce those food losses, including nutritional losses that sometimes are overlooked. And it is challenging because it involves consumer behavior and other actors in the supply chain, but I think it's doable and we should move forward.
Natalia, so I think you are rather optimistic about this change, and this is very good that it comes from a scientist angle. If I can make a small summary, it has no impact on safety. You are rather optimistic on quality from the moment we make sure that a good protocol on pre-freezing is well established and put place, and probably good to link here to Judith. If you can tell us more about these PPP factors.
Hello. Basically, what happens before you freeze the product is incredibly important. If you start collecting data, for example, on frozen storage life of a particular product, you'll find that the storage lives vary absolutely considerably, and that's partly because of how you assess the storage lives, and there's lots of different ways of doing that. But it's also very much about what happens before you freeze it. And if you treat a product very well, you can often double the storage life once it's frozen, for example. So it's very important that we take into account in this study things like packaging, how the food's processed, how quickly it's frozen after harvest or slaughter, for example. So it's very important we take that into account to make sure that we get the optimum quality storage lives for the products at -15. And I believe that if it's done properly, we can possibly get equivalent storage lives to maybe what we get at -18 if we apply really good packaging and processing factors.
Yeah, thank you, Judith. It's probably good to link now to Christina. So Christina Vidal, she's a senior research scientist from Sintef Ocean in Norway, and we know that you have been doing much work on the processing phase, particularly for fish. Could you tell us a little bit more about some good practices on the processing of some food that you have experience with?
Yes, it's true. We work quite a lot with the fish, and from that point of view, when we talk with the customers, the fishermen, and the processing, the temperature is very important, and sometimes they also claim that we need a lower temperature. And that is kind of talking against what you have said before. But I think, again, we need to kind of think of the whole system, and again, we need more research on this. So there are companies that they freeze the fish on board at very low temperature, like -40, and they ship it to Asia, and there it's thawed in a controlled way, which makes and it's called refresh then. So it's sold to the customer as a fresh product, but it has been frozen, and you do then reduce the carbon emissions, as you say, very much. So I am a bit concerned about the fish. I'm not saying it's not possible, but we need to have a look at the total chain. Exactly. And then I also want to link a little bit to what Dirk said, that it's the time, the moment is now, and it's because we need to do a change, and we do a lot of research that makes small steps, and we need also to see if is the potential to make bigger steps. Can we do something big? And we are always, I'm a scientist, so we are always asked to not only include the people in our projects with the same background. We need to have other people as well. We need to include the consumers. So that is also the right time now to do it. And another thing is that we now have much more technology, Internet of Things, and more control system, measurement systems, and so. So maybe it was not possible before, and now it is.
I think it's a good link that we can make with Graham now, our policy advisor to the net zero at the UK. Probably, Graham, if you can tell us more, what evidence needs to be, or arguments need to be provided at the policy level, so that we can make sure that policies we are able to make some change there. What needs to be done there?
Thanks, Jos, and hi everyone. I'm Graham, and yeah, I think this is an amazing initiative and really, really well done. That said, government's responsibility first and foremost is to safeguard the interests of the public, and if you want this to go through quickly, you have to work with government in the way that they work. And they will require validated, audited, scientific information, which sounds a bit slow, but unless you finesse it, okay, and finesse is the right word. Unless this is finessed, it won't go through. So so you need to work closely with government to finesse it. It's complicated partly because in the UK there are about 20 government departments that have got interests in cooling. And in order to get sign-off for this, you probably have to talk to a number of them. I've just recently done a write round across government, and it was interesting, but we managed to get support for something. And yeah, and the acronyms you may have come across: DEFRA, FCDO, DBT, DESNES. These are all some of the departments that are interested. I'm interested on behalf of DESNES, Department of Energy Security and Net Zero, and I see real potential here. Okay, to switch overnight on this, so I can see real potential. And cooling emissions in the UK is a big deal, and whatever we can do to mitigate them is really interesting. However, probably the lead organisation is the Food Standards Agency, and they would need to make the change. What I'm going to suggest is we fund a project called TICA. Transport, Industrial and Commercial Refrigeration, which Kat is sitting in the audience, is the project director for. I think in the first instance, I'd like to have from Kat a report that says this is the potential for the UK, and then we can start the discussion with the FSA. And then try to finesse it. But that would be the first thing I would suggest you do. The other thing I did think, actually, when I was listening to you, the presentation earlier, that actually, do you, and maybe this changes the 3 degrees argument slightly, minus 15 is the bottom temperature, but maybe you might want to go to minus 20 or minus 30 when the wind blows and the sun shines, okay, and there's lots of free electricity. So you may want to think about the benefit of using this in a more flexible way as well, because there could be more than 5 to 7% of emission savings. Sorry, I'm talking too much, but the final thing I'd just like to say is this is a really good international opportunity as well. Some of you who were here early in the week would have seen that the Global Cooling Pledge was supported by 66 countries around the world. The UK was very much in the lead of this. The Global Cooling Pledge includes 16 commitments, and we wanted to include something on cold chain. We didn't. But we did make sure that one commitment is to review our commitments on an annual basis. I would really like to see maybe this fit into as a new commitment for the Global Cooling Pledge. And I promise to discuss that with the rest of the team to see whether there is potential to work that in. So to finish, well done, amazing, brilliant work. Let's finesse it. Thank you.
May I just have a small comment? Yeah, yes. Because it's interesting you say that you kind of use the refrigeration systems when we have a lot of wind and so, but we must be a bit careful there. So because for the products itself, it's not the temperature fluctuations in the products is not good, but to use the refrigeration system in a good way and maybe use thermal energy storage is definitely a potential.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for your motivation and enthusiasm. And as a scientist, also, I can say that it's not very easy to get scientists. Sorry, I just need to be this. So optimist about a research work before it's starting. So I think it's very good. We have a very good drivers for this work to be further explored and scientifically proved. And I would like to emphasize that we are very much keen and very much motivated to help and support DP World and also your partners and the full coalition. To building the scientific evidence. I think Shane, you wanted to add something, right?
Yeah, just a couple of things really. Just to Graham's point, there are very limited contexts globally in most regulatory environments where you could say that minus 18C is the law, that you have to operate at that temperature. It tends to be the guideline benchmark temperature. And actually, it is pretty common practice in cold chain that there is a margin of error, and that margin of error tends to be 3 degrees. So actually, you can deliver goods to a retail store or whatever else, and it could be minus 15.5, and that's okay. So it's not really about changing the regulation from a legal standpoint. And actually, the FSA's hard floor for safety on a meat product, for example, is minus 12. And that's similar in most sort of, well, certainly Western world environments. So really, this is about the trust that there is in the system from the customer, and it's about the contracts. And that's why I'm really interested in what you said, Christina. And I guess my question to you is, you talked about obviously the fast freezing, the blast freezing that goes on within the Norwegian fish industry, bringing that product right down to the temperature it needs to be at, getting to the point where it is, microbiologically held at the temperature it needs to be. Surely the point is the storage temperature that it's held at after that is less of a concern. Am I right in thinking that?
It's a bit different. Of course, when you are on a fishing vessel and you have a lot of fish and you have the plate freezers, for example, and you can't freeze all of it at once, then the fish that is waiting for to be frozen is in ambient temperature. So that has, it's again what was said before, that has a lot of things to do. If you have a freezing system with CO2, for example, you can have minus 40, it goes quicker, and then you kind of, this time that the fish spend before it goes into there. So for this example I had, then it's very important that they also transporting at minus 40, and so this is top quality, but it's not said that and this product is then I think a very high value product, costs a lot, but I think that if you have a regular customer, wouldn't feel the difference after it has been cooked. So again, it's about involving the consumers and see what do they think actually of it. We will always have very expensive products, but maybe not everybody can afford that, and then it's good enough with the other ones. Maybe we won't feel the difference.
Yeah, I think what I'm hearing though, you're describing a processing issue. The point at which from catch, held before it's then put into blast freezing to be put into its transportable state from there. I think minus 15 opportunity is really about sort of the bit where it's essentially a finished product. It's a frozen product that's come out of processing and is then being taken from there to its end point, to the end consumer. I think that's probably the part of the chain where the minus 15 opportunity is, rather than at the phase. And actually what Judith said is that the way in which it is frozen in the first place is the key determinant of the quality and the preservation of the good. Is that right?
It depends a bit on the product as well. I mean, there's evidence for meat that within certain constraints, obviously, freezing rate is not that important on food quality. But I think it's perhaps a little bit more important with fish. It's perhaps a little bit more important with vegetables, where you get cellular breakdown if you get large ice crystals. So I think it varies a little between products, and it's like you said, Christina, it's the difference when you eat it as well that's important. You also get as well, when you do taste panels, you get a vast difference in consumers. Some are really sensitive and some are not very sensitive at all, and the majority are somewhere in the middle and aren't that sensitive to changes until they become quite significant. So it depends how you assess storage life as well.
So I guess what I would want to emphasise with this overall, and why the Global Cold Chain Alliance is keen to be part of the coalition, is really to talk about this in terms of the relatives. I think the point is we are now at a point in the evolution of the food supply chain, certainly in the developed world, that we have a level of sophistication in our ability to track temperature, to monitor environments, to control links in the chain, that means that we don't need the same margin of error or the same insurance levels that we required in the 1940s. So really the whole point, I think, of the Minus 15 initiative is to get everybody at every link in the chain to think, are we over chilling in the bit that we are responsible for or not? And that's a judgment they have to make on their own. But if we're challenging them to do that and giving them the license and the freedom to think about that, then I think we're achieving a lot, because that's where you get the relative improvements in energy use overall.
Just one small point as well. I think it's important in next stages to also look at detail of some food chains. We've used representative chains at the moment, but I think chains tend to be shorter than they used to be. And so, for example, in the vitamin C spinach example that Jos showed earlier, if the chain's less than 120 days, then minus 15 is fine. In the past, that chain might have been 150 days. And so there is more impact on quality. And these are the sort of things we need to look at. Graham, you wanted to?
Yeah, I was just interested in observing the discussion between you, and it felt a little bit like we weren't entirely sure what we're doing, what the proposition is. And I think it needs to be very crystal clear what you're proposing as a coalition before we start the engagement with policy. Otherwise, if we start to suggest there's some deviation between us, we will get stuck. So I'd be encouraging you to be very, very clear what the proposition is.
Yeah, and again, I think we need to involve the end user, the industry as well. We had just a small example. We had there's a new refrigeration system and a fishing vessel, and the customers claimed the product quality is much better from this than the other ones. So we had the project where we were comparing, and we used scientific methods to compare the fish from the two boats, and both were frozen quite quickly. One had an ammonia system, and the other one a CO2 system. With our scientific methods, we couldn't see a significant difference between it. But that doesn't mean that, so we don't know why the customer said that the one from the CO2 system were better. But I think that we need to include as well. Why is this perceived as better as and the others not?
I think we have only 1 minute left, and I would like to dedicate or to allocate to Dirk, just to close the session, and also what are you calling as a next step? You are muted, huh? Dirk, you are muted.
Sorry, I've got a dog in the background, and I don't want him to join this conversation. But I know we only have a few seconds left. And just to touch on that point, what are the next steps? And I think there are three tiers of communication that will have to take place. We have the scientific community, and looking at it from a refrigeration, but also from a food safety perspective. I think that is ultimately the bedrock of the story. If it's not safe, we shouldn't do it. If it's safe, then I think we should progress with this. I think the next level of correspondence has to take place throughout the entire industry. So this is from food manufacturing all the way to retail, and I think then the next level is how do we change policies around the world. Now, I'm just going to summarize this. This is a relay race. We have to hand over the baton from one player in the industry to the next. If we don't have everyone running at the same speed and changing the temperature to minus 15 and one party remains at minus 18, we will never get it done. So this is a thing that we all need to do. This is why we are calling for a broad-based coalition. We want everyone to be involved in this. And I think this is the right time to do this. And I have to say, we are super excited for two things. to be part and working with everyone to get us to this point, but even more excited about the future and how we can to get there. But we will only know if we get there if we start measuring the things that we are doing in our respective industries and businesses.
To say that we are also super excited to take part of this work as a research community to support DP World and the coalition to build the scientific evidence. We are very happy to do and motivated. Okay, so thank you so much. Thank you, Dirk. Thank you, Natalia. And thank you for our panelists for the very nice discussions. Thanks for our audience as well. And see you next COP. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Is it got a cooling unit in it and it's insulated, and yeah, we will talk about it today. I'm very happy we have this project funded by the German government, by the International Climate Initiative, and it's a new project of GIZ ProClima, and we try to transform this sector, and we are aware that this takes time, you know, but we believe it's necessary, and we believe we need to start and to prepare, and it will, I mean, to transform the reefer sector is quite difficult, because you need a change, and you need to introduce this technology which is new, and you also need to train all the technicians in all ports and on all ships eventually. So it takes quite some time. And that's why, I mean, we usually start piloting it, coming up with the mitigation potentials and so on. And then we need policy, we need standards and so on to move, and strategies and commitments and finance to transform this sector. So the technology is available, but it needs to be introduced, and that usually takes some time. So I will quickly, we have 3 speakers. I will present a bit on the Greener Reefers project and the climate impact. We have Otto Schacht from Kühne Foundation. He's been working in the reefer sector for 45 years. And so he's well experienced. He will present. Plus we have Christina Norne Vidal. She's from Sintef, Norway, and will also present. You can see the titles here. So Otto will talk about how to transition to sustainable reefers, and Christina will talk about on energy efficiency and climate-friendly refrigeration systems. I will talk about the environmental impact and the mitigation potential of greener reefers, and launch and talk about the Greener Reefers project. if we look at the reefer container industry, we had 2.5 million reefers in 2018. And they've been growing between 7.5 and 13% up to 2030. COVID changed the growth a bit. You know, there were not as much sales, but it's picking up again. So in one year there's more and the other one is less growth. That's why it's between. And I mean, the market share of reefer containers versus reefer ship has steadily increased to 80%, and it is expected to keep growing, meaning there's more and more reefer containers coming and less reefer ships. You can see the market share. You have the numbers, plus we have also the share of reefer containers in million tons. So looking at the emissions, the greenhouse gas emissions from the container vessels accounted in 2018 to 236 million tons of CO2 equivalent. So these are all container vessels, and they carry also a lot reefers. And the reefers usually, they consume a large proportion of the energy that is generated by the engine of the ship. So a lot of the energy, of course, goes into the acceleration and in the of the ship into the motor engine, and then a large proportion also is going into the electricity consumed off the ship. And in this case, the reefer containers contribute most. Plus, there is some fans on the vessels that transfer the heat up outside of the ship, and so these fans also consume quite a lot of energy. So we're talking about 236 million tons. And these are draft calculations. We're still doing further data analysis. But it is estimated that the indirect emissions in 2018 are 41 million tons of CO2 equivalent of the reefers specifically. So only the reefer containers as such, without the fans and all the other, so meaning 40 billion tons in 2018. And if we accumulate that up to the year of 2050, we're talking about 900 million tons of CO2 equivalent. We included already 900 million tons is the mitigation potential accumulated up to 2050. So we included we included energy efficiency in that scenario, and you can see there's a huge, it's almost a gigaton. So that's quite significant if we invest in proper insulation and energy efficiency of these reefers. Looking at the direct emissions, there we have, according to IMO report 2020, in 2018 we had around 4 million tons. If we use the fourth assessment report, GWP values, if we use over 100 years, if we use the sixth assessment report, we're already at close to 5 million tons. And if we would use the 20 GWP 20 years values, this would be much higher. So these refrigerant reefers containers have between 4.5 and 6 kilos on average refrigerant, and 1 kilo of refrigerant has a GWP of between 2,000 or 4,000, depending on the refrigerant. So 1 kilo is equivalent to 4 tons of CO2 equivalent. So you can fly twice from Dubai to Europe and back, for example, or drive 15,000 kilometers in your car, and that's only 1 kilo, and we're talking of up to 6 kilos. So there's quite a lot in one reefer. So one reefer has 20 tons of CO2 equivalent, and we have leakage rates up to 15% per year. So meaning every year, out of these 5 kilos on average, 15% are leaking. So we have every year an impact of 5 tons or something like that, or 4 tons, depending on the refrigerant. It can be also 2 tons if it's a lower GWP. So if we what we did here, we already, there is low GWP alternatives available. And as we mentioned, I mean, the direct emissions are around 4.4 million tons in 2018, the direct due to refrigerant leakages. And if we look at the mitigation potential, if for the introducing natural refrigerants, but already considering the business as usual scenario with low GWP alternatives and even HFOs, we would still save at least 32 million of tons of CO2 equivalent. So, but that already considers that the sector is moving to almost very low GWP refrigerants up to 2050. And we would say, okay, there's an additional saving if we introduce natural refrigerants. Looking at the refrigerants, maybe I should have started with this slide first. These are the available refrigerants for potential use or for current use. And we see some for ultra deep freezing, we have refrigerants R23 still in use, and 1 kilo is equivalent to up to 14 tons of CO2 equivalent. And so we use in the reefer sector currently 404 and 134A. But there's also 552 and 513 getting introduced, and the newer generation HFO 1234YF is also, I mean, the newer generation of reefer containers are capable of introducing of using 1234YF, which has a very low global warming potential. But looking at the environmental impact when it comes to PFAS and the breakdown of TFA, we see that it's still red. So there's a negative environmental impact. No more negative climate impact, but a negative environmental impact. And I don't know if you under the REACH chemical regulation that is currently updated, they are discussing in Europe to ban all PFAS, all of them. Let's see what will happen. But yeah, by moving from CFC refrigerants that still have CFCs or HCFCs that still have ozone depleting substances, we move to climate damaging substances. And now we're moving in the long run to climate-friendly substances, but some of them, the synthetic ones, still have a very bad environmental impact. So what is the policy context of the reefer today? So we have the Kigali Amendment under the Montreal Protocol, where we're phasing down HFCs up to the year 47, depending on the country and the schedule and the... So then we have the UNFCCC process. We are here at the COP 1.5 degrees Celsius. And then we also have the cooling pledge at this COP, where we say we need to focus on cooling. We cannot ignore that topic. We need to be more efficient in terms of energy use, but also we need to look at the refrigerants and the Kigali Amendment again. Additionally, we have the IMO strategy from July 23, and IMO, I mean, agreed to reduce their emissions by 20 and 30% by 2030, and also by 70 to 80% by 2040, and to be net zero by around 2050. I mean, that's an ambitious goal. And if the reefer containers are part of the maritime shipping and use a lot of energy, we need to increase energy efficiency and also look at the refrigerants. We also have the European F-gas regulation and the current 23 version, and that is phasing down or phasing out, even for some sectors, the refrigerants, the HFCs. Plus, we have the PFAS discussion going on in Europe, but also in the US. So what are greener reefers? Greener reefers are highly efficient refrigerated maritime containers that use natural refrigerants and blowing agents with ultra low climate impact, with less than 11, because the insulation material has a GWP of 11, the cyclopentane, for example, and that do not contain F gases and are PFAS free. So this is our definition. And what we are saying is, why introducing another type of synthetic refrigerant if we could move directly to natural refrigerants, so we avoid the waste end of life problem, we avoid environmental impact or climate impact. Because the natural refrigerants, as you could see, CO2 and R290, they have almost zero, they have GWP of 1 or less than that. So natural refrigerants are the future. We know that in also all the other subsectors. And there's only 2 natural options exist that are suitable according to the sustainable criteria for greener reefers. So there is CO2, and there is already the natural line of carrier that uses CO2, and there is R290, but that requires actual demonstration. I mean, there is a safety standard on R290 and all other flammable refrigerants, and I mean, R290 shows excellent thermodynamic properties, and it provides excellent energy efficiency also in the tropics. But of course, R290 is flammable. But all new substances, alternative substances, are flammable, and so we have a challenge when it comes to the flammability. But there's mitigation measures, and there is an international safety standard already in place, and that can be used. And of course, if we have mitigation measures, that means there's also some costs involved, a bit higher cost, but you have higher efficiency at the same time, and you need certified technicians. So it's important to train and certify the technicians for any future alternative flammable refrigerants, especially for R290 also. And we need to look at the IMO regulations that need to be aligned for the use of on ships. But I think that's possible, and I mean, the safety standards are in place. So we have this Greener Reefer project, and it's commissioned by our German government, by the Minister for Environment under the International Climate Initiative. We have currently a duration up to April 26. We just started this year, and we have a budget of 2.9 million for promoting Greener Reefers. We have stakeholders, I mean, maritime organizations addressing climate change, shipping industry, container manufacturers, shipping lines, port terminals. We need to work with them, research institutes, training institutions, but also representative of IMO, Montreal Protocol, UNFCCC. And I mean, the International Climate Initiative always works with partner countries, meaning in this case, we have Costa Rica plus South Africa, and ideally, we are piloting greener reefers on these shipping routes, but we are flexible. We are happy to have a cooperation with Carrier, Transicold, and also with Kühne Foundation, and the training institutes plus the 2 governments. And we're just starting the project, so there will be more partners, project partners coming. So what we are trying to do first, we try to analyze the market. The data I presented before, it was more primary data that we analyzed. So we need to really know what's going out there in terms of reefer, in terms of leakages, in terms of energy efficiency, and in terms of mitigation potential. But we also need to do training, capacity building, and show it's possible and start. And at the same time, we are preparing for an enabling environment for climate-friendly reefers. So there we want to pilot reefer containers, optimize them in terms of energy efficiency, and also optimize the reefer box and the reefer doors. And ultimately, ideally, we have an eco label for reefers. To say this is an energy efficient, environmental, climate-friendly reefer container. And then we also will develop financing mechanisms to have finance may be available for the incremental cost or so on. And then, yes, we will develop global mitigation strategies and present those ones at the international conferences and so on to the relevant stakeholders. So if you want to be part of the Greener Reefers project, please contact us and we can discuss and we would be happy to cooperate. And I'm done with my presentation. Thank you very much. I hand over now to Otto Schacht from Kühne Foundation. He will present on how to transition to sustainable reefers.
Yeah, Philip, thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. Philip, thank you very much. Let me see. Yeah. I want to talk about the, as a supporter of this initiative, and I will tell you in a second a little about the Kühne Foundation. We're very happy to join and team up with GIZ on this subject. I have to be a little closer. Sorry for this. The Kühne Foundation was set up by the family in 1976, by the Kühne family. We are a very big logistics company worldwide, and we are a non-profit organization, and recently set up a fourth area, climate change, with a focus on logistics, and that's where we got in touch with GIZ on this very important project. We are, as a logistics provider, have been heavily involved in reefer transportation, container transportation since many, many years. Philip mentioned it. I was involved since 45 years in this business. Learning now a lot, not only on the pledge of getting temperatures down from 18 to 15, but also on this important subject. So I just learned something about R290, which I was not aware of. And I will talk about transparency on this subject. So how can we catalyze the transition of sustainable reefers? I think Philip talked about a lot of subjects. We have to look at the box design, the refrigerants, etc., etc. That is more a scientific, technical part. But what I think is important, we have to talk, and I want to talk about the bottom subject, communication. A lot of people in the industry, up to the end consumer, don't really know what we are discussing here. And I think we have to make this transparent. And we can make this transparent in the supply chain, talking about it, showing data. We have seen this on CO2 data also. We made this very transparent in the last couple of years, how much CO2 is being used for a normal transport. And why don't we make this also transparent, how much refrigerants are being used, what damage they do to the climate, and prove this on an individual shipment. So we have to analyze data and make this transparent. I just learned it myself first time, these forever chemicals, didn't know what forever chemicals are. I think we have to educate our customers, importers, exporters, because a lot of people probably are not aware of this. Then cost. I think, and that's where we can help when we talk cost, this transition will cost money. But is it a lot actually? And what I just learned, it's not really that much. Because if you bring it down to the individual product being shipped, so for one avocado, and you have 15 tons of avocado, I don't know how many avocados, probably 20,000 avocados in a container. Even if it's $200, $300, $400 more, you talk cents per avocado if we switch to a greener reefer. So also there, I'm pretty optimistic that the transition can take place, and I would even urge that we do it faster, but probably we need more support from governments in this respect. We need, for sure, come up with a broader line. So this is not only getting the manufacturers, the shipping lines, the terminals into this. We need, for sure, and that's one of the learnings also on the 18 to 15 degree alliance. We need shippers, consumers in this alliance. So we have to get all stakeholders together, and certification bodies for sure. So this has to be a very broad alliance. So I can only appeal to everybody in this industry, join this alliance so that we have all the people on board. And we will help this as a foundation, respectively the Kühne as a reefer forwarder. That automatically gets us into place. What happens with the present containers? There are a lot of containers out there which have to be replaced. But good news is carriers are replacing every year hundreds and thousands of containers, reefer containers. So they have a lifespan of about 10 to 12 years. So in 25 years, all today's containers will be replaced. So hopefully then with new cooling units, with the new refrigerants. So therefore, I'm also optimistic that the target of getting this down to by 2045, 2050 is achievable. If we look a little ahead, I think, and Philip mentioned it, the growth in a reefer container. So the reefer container today, reefer cargo is about 8 to 10% of global trade, container trade. That will, in our view, increase further with global population growth, number one. Secondly, we see growth in the southern hemisphere. The population in Africa, in the Middle East, and India will grow because due to climate change, but not only because of climate change, also the higher temperatures in those regions, more reefers will be needed. So the share of reefer cargo in the next 20, 30 years will probably go, in my view, our view, go from today 8 to 10%, probably from 10 to 15%. So that's why it makes it even more important to look into this initiative. We see on top a shift from air cargo, from air freight, also into the container, because the airplane, of course, whatever is being moved, products, frozen cargo, respectively, chilled cargo, there is a much higher carbon intensity when you move things by air. Also there we see a shift, so that will increase reefer cargo even further. So we have to analyze those trades, where the growth will be, and then I think perhaps I would like to mention one more thing. The announcement by the ocean carriers on last week on Friday that by 2040 to 2050, latest by 2050, according to the IMO agreement, all vessels worldwide will run on green fuels. So this would come on top, because in this transition from today to 2050, we need all the savings so the green reefer can support actually our goal, reaching the Paris Agreement of 1.5 degrees. So in summary, we are very happy to support this initiative with our knowledge, but also with the funding from the foundation. So looking forward to cooperate with GIZ and the various stakeholders and make this, hopefully we can do this faster than what you've said, Philip. Hopefully it does not take too long. But I'm always an optimistic guy. Thank you.
Thank you, Otto. I mean, it always takes time. It took us 30 years with refrigerators to have almost a global share of now currently 80%, and it takes time for each sector. But someone needs to start. We need to show it's feasible, and then we need to start training and certifying, and then we need to move on and hopefully find some upscaling strategies. So the next speaker is a senior researcher from SINTEF, Christina Vidal. Thank you so much for talking on energy efficient and climate friendly refrigeration systems.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to present here. I'm going to step a little bit out of the reefer talk, but talk more in general in the beginning. And you have probably heard it several times that 1/3 of total greenhouse gas emissions are related to food systems. But we also know that 1/3 of the food produced is lost. So we need cooling, and cooling requires energy and is therefore also responsible for global greenhouse gas emissions. So because of all this is a UN climate priority. We need highly efficient, clean cooling technologies. So, but also as was mentioned before, it's really urgent, and we should try to accelerate that. And that's why we bring this up. So this is a food supply chain, and I will talk more about the cold chain. So that is a value chain where we have cooling at some time during this chain. And about 60% of all food is within a cold chain. So it's quite more than half of the food is chilled or frozen. And here's also where the reefer comes in. And what is important in the food cold chain is to keep the product quality high, and that is related to temperature. We should also have efficient use of resources, and by resources it is of course the food itself, the materials, but also energy and water. And all of this should be with low emissions. And to do this, we need a refrigeration system. I will mention this has been presented before here at COP as well. It's a report initiated by DP World, and it was IIR together with several other partners that has written this report, and it's published recently. Again, it goes through the reason why we need freezing, and we see that the freezing is if you freeze food, it relates to less loss than if we chill it. So we need to freeze the food. It extends the storage life in comparison with chilled food. It can maintain nutritional quality, prevent deterioration. But with freezing, we can also optimize utilization. We can have scheduled consumption and reduce food loss. And this is a little bit related to what Philip was talking about before, that if you, in Norway we produce a lot of fish and it's exported. We are not that many people, so most of the fish is exported. And some of the fish is then sent by air, chilled, to, for example, Japan, so that they have a fresh product. But that results in a lot of CO2 emissions. So instead we can freeze it and ship it, which then have maybe 1/3 of the greenhouse gas emissions. But of course it's not only the temperature, it's the processing, the packaging, and the product itself, what you start with. Because the quality can never be increased, but you can just keep the quality or it will be reduced. These are just approximate numbers, but about half of the reefers are for cooling and half of them for freezing. What the report suggests is changing from the set point of -18 as it is today, normally in the whole food cold chain or freezing cold chain, to change that to -15 for frozen storage. And that is because it gives a lower energy demand. It is theoretically, we know that per degree that you increase the temperature in the refrigeration system, in the evaporator, you can gain 2 to 3%. So we see a lot of potential. And in this report, there's one example, which from industry case where they actually see a potential of saving 10%. But this is, you have to look at the whole picture, but it gives an interesting view on this. When you reduce the energy demand, you also reduce the carbon emissions, and the measurements or the calculations that were done in this report show that by changing by 3 degrees, you can save equivalent to carbon emitted by nearly 4 million cars per year, which is considerable. And on the reefers, it's the engine that provides the electricity, so it's fossil fuel, and that gives us also a very important mission to include for the reefer containers. So how should we do this? Again, I'm reminding about this what I said before. We need to talk about the refrigerants, we need to mention the safety, and we need also to talk about energy efficiency. And we have had a workshop earlier this year, a longer workshop than today, where we presented all these aspects of the food cold chain. So that is available on our web page. So I will come back to that later, so you can, if you want to download it. So when do we have a problem? Philip has already talked about it, but the main problem is when the refrigerants are leaking. If they are clean in a closed system, well, then it's, we don't have that much of a problem for the atmosphere. But if they are leaking into the atmosphere, or and that can happen when during production. There was a presentation yesterday where they have measured around these production plants and see that actually there is quite severe leakage. We also can have leakage when we have a filling or servicing of the refrigeration systems, or if there are some components that are malfunctioning, and end-of-life treatment. If you don't take out the refrigerants in a correct way, there will be leakages as well. And this has been mentioned before. We have the issues with the ozone depletion potential. We have R22 that still is available. Of course, we have had a big success with the Montreal Protocol, and we see that the ozone layer is building back, and so. But for example, I work with fishing. I've worked with fishing vessels, and in Norway we had changed to natural refrigerants. Most of the new fishing vessels have natural refrigerants, but if you look at the global scale, most of them have R22 still. And then we'll also mention global warming potential and the PFAS. And they are called like HFOs, but they are HFCs actually also. So we shouldn't kind of say that it's a new thing. It's just bringing new issues. So the solution, as was mentioned also before here, is the natural refrigerants. They have their challenges, but we will probably not have these unexpected surprises like we have had when with the R22. We didn't know that it was ozone depleting, and then it was the global warming potential, and now we see that these health and environmental risks are coming with the new so-called HFOs. And because of these issues, there will probably be more taxes and so on the synthetic refrigerants, which can make the end user, even if they don't pay, they still pay taxes now, but it could suddenly be very expensive for them to refill with the synthetic refrigerants. But on the other hand, the natural refrigerants is not that costly. There is a report. It was initiated by the Container Owners Association, and it's available online. So if you're interested, it's just to Google this. It's easy to find. And the information in this was supplied by the Reefer Forum work group within this association. And it gives an overview of current and proposed regulations that restrict the use of F-gases and the consequences or issues with that. And it says that R134A is used in 96% of the existing reefer container fleet. And this refrigerant has a GVP, depending on how you calculate, but around 1,430. And what they also say is that there is no immediate available alternative refrigerant that meets all the required operational criteria. So just let us go a little bit more into it. I really recommend, if you want to have a look at the different regulations, it gives it's very condensed but very clear report. So it gives some information on EU regulation, but also regulation in other countries. And it says something about the IMO resolution. It mentions the REACH regulation, etc. So it also gives some information on the reefer container, the global fleet, and the operating criteria. And as was said before, we have a lot of food is transported in this way, and a little bit special with maybe this sector, which is not maybe in other sectors, is that operating life is 18 years, which is quite long. So if someone is getting a new system now, they will then have that for 18 years, and there's a lot of things can happen during those 18 years. Again, thinking about maybe the regulations change and there are taxes, etc. But another thing that is quite complicated with when you have transport is that the ambient is changing. So you have the ambient, they should be built to handle ambient temperatures from -30 to +50, which is quite special. And they say this. What are the options then? They list 3 options. It's this YF, and then the CO2, and this is propane. And they also have a table where they show the issues. But it was mentioned before also by Philip that okay, none of this is the easy choice, but with the 1, 2, 3, 4 YF, we have the PFAS, and it might be regulated. So we have to go to natural refrigerants. And CO2, as been said here, and also I've heard from others, is that okay, it's not efficient enough. But that is also, we are pushing the limit all the time, and there is a development on that, and it's not flammable as CO2, so which is then for propane. On the other hand, we have an efficient refrigerant in propane as well. So that was a little bit about the reefers. Now I will go back to kind of what I said before. We need to talk about these topics. So just a little bit about the safety, because sometimes it is said that, okay, this refrigerant is not safe, or that's kind of what people might think. But my message is that it's not so. You can't say that the refrigerant is safe or not. It's how you handle it. You need to follow standards, the guidelines, the code, and good practices. And this, we know that it has reduced the number of accidents, and that's the main goal. And also see that some accidents happen when the technicians are not properly trained and informed. So what we need is that you have the right standards and guidelines, but also training in knowledge is very important. So the third topic here that I wanted to mention was the energy efficiency. So why is it so important? Well, clearly when you have savings, you reduce the energy demand, so you spend less of what you have to get the same result. You also will have a lower environmental impact, you reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, but also maybe other pollutants. And energy security, and that's mainly the point that is here, mainly for the stationary systems, that you kind of you will be less dependent on imported energy, and costs, which is of course very important for the industry and end users. So just a little bit of summary. I think it's very coming from research. I think this research development is very important. We should continue to push to give this. Find the right solutions, but the collaboration between the academia, the industry, and also with policy is very important here. And if you go to this, we follow the QR code, there is the link to our project Enough, where you can also find a little bit longer presentation on these topics related to energy efficient and climate friendly refrigeration systems. So that, I think, was it. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your contribution and your presentation. Yeah, basically, are there any questions in the audience? I mean, there's also online views. Yes, please. Microphone. Hello.
Thank you very much. My question is relatively simple. As you know, the IMO, and you mentioned it, the International Maritime Organization made a commitment this year regarding the reduction of greenhouse gases emissions from reverse containers. And I wanted to know if the scenario you presented regarding a reduction of this impact is related to the IMO resolution, or is it your own calculations?
Yes, I mean, of course we looked at the scenario, but the IMO did not specifically focus on the reefers. So we looked at the reduction steps, and when it came to the energy efficiency scenario, but on the indirect emissions and the direct emissions, we already usually, as there's two types of business as usual. You could say everything stays same, but that's not the case. So we included already in the business as usual, but especially in the mitigation scenario, a reduction of of reduction of high GWP refrigerants towards low GWP refrigerants for both scenarios. One is a bit more ambitious when you talk about greener reefers. And I mean, we want to, and then under the indirect emission scenario, when it comes to the energy use, we already did the same for the energy efficiency levels. So we increased the energy efficiency levels of the reefers in both scenarios in one more, and according to the IMO reduction scenarios, but we did it linear. Initially we had the 2030 to 2040 to 2050, but we in these scenarios we did it linear. As I said, these are basic draft calculations. They shall give some indication. We still need to do a detailed analysis to really know what's the impact on what's the leakage rate. And I mean, it's also difficult to guess when are they moving to the next lower or medium GWP, when are they moving, what's the proportion of ultra low GWP refrigerants in the year 2040. But we know that the shipping industry needs to, and the reefer industry needs to meet the targets, at least in the plan, and that's what we did.
And I would like to add here,
Sorry.
I think in this respect, what we don't know, because technology-wise, and that's what the container carriers, the container carriers have the strongest pledge out there. So Maersk Line said by 2040 they want to run on net zero carbon. Hapag-Lloyd 2045, IMO is at 2050. So the container carrier, and we're talking here the container business. The biggest problem will be, will there be enough green fuels available? And nobody knows this. Will all these green fuels be available to achieve those targets 2030, 2040? So that's the biggest question mark. So I can only echo what Philip also said in this respect. One has to come with certain assumptions today, and then we know every couple of years, are we closer to it or not?
I have a question also, because you talked about the insulation material also having some global warming. Can you say something about that? Is there any alternatives with lower GWP, and how is? Do you know anything about how that is worked with?
Yeah, I mean the good news is that most of the newer reefers already have pentane or cyclopentane, so they already have a ultra low GWP. But we're having a lot of old reefers still out there, as you mentioned, the 18 years. And what is happening after the 18 years? The reefers is not just getting destroyed, they use them for something else, a storage room, for some normal transport. So we're having still a lot of old reefers that contain, first of all, a lot of insulation material that was blown with different blowing agents that contain maybe 141B or some other blowing agents that contain, usually it's 141B, so it's still an HCFC. So that's out there. Plus we have the old reefer units also out there. Apart from the refrigerant, there's refrigerant oil in there. So we will also address under the reefer project end of life. I mean, it doesn't help us a lot if you say, yeah, we introduce new reefers, but we don't care about the old reefers. And I didn't mention it, but yes, we consider end of life, and there's a lot of banks out there of old reefer foam, of old reefer units, refrigerant, oil, other materials, and that needs to be ideally recycled according to international standards and destroyed, especially if it contains ozone depleting substances or HFCs.
And you can destroy it by burning it really at really high temperature.
Yeah, I mean there is no. I mean you could. Yeah, you have to destroy it according to international standards. That would mean 1200 degrees Celsius minimum, rather more. And I mean the foam issue we're having also in other sectors. There is up to 90 gigatons of banks up to the year of 2050, if I'm not misleading. That's a lot of stuff, and I don't think that this calculation with the 90 gigatons included the reefer sector. So there's a lot of banks, and we need to look at, I mean, all our projects always not only focus on the new technology, but also need to focus on end of life of the replaced and old technology. Any other questions? You can, I mean, there's also online participants, so you can also send emails. And otherwise, thanks a lot to the speakers, thanks a lot to the audience and the online viewers. We will share the PowerPoint presentation and the recording also. So, thanks for joining the project and working together on greener reefers. And I hope we will find more partners. And have a good COP, and thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks. Thank you so much for joining us for this CEW and RDC side event. My name is Himanshu and I work with Council on Energy, Environment and Water. So cooling is under spotlight at COP28. Everybody knows about it. The presidency has rolled out Global Cooling Pledge, which more than 50 countries have joined, and a lot of private sector players as well. And to just extend the conversation, we want to discuss the role India will play in this transition to sustainable cooling. But the challenge is that India is a big country and we are still to cool more than 1 billion people. The cooling access is very low in India. Just a data point, less than 7% households actually have access to an air conditioner. I'm not saying everybody needs to have an air conditioner, but that's a telling data point that people need access to cooling. And of course, it will require a lot of partnership between private players and government, interaction between how manufacturing ecosystem and market forces are interacting with policies. And to have this discussion today, we have certain industry representatives who will share with us their perspective, and also very experienced policy professionals from India who will share their learnings as well. But before we get into the panel discussion, I would like to invite Samir from NRDC, who is a global policy director, to please share his welcome remarks. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Himanshu, and welcome everyone. My name is Samir Quatra. I'm the India Policy Director for NRDC. Let me first begin by acknowledging my privileges. So I'm privileged to be here at this COP. All of us, what we are discussing is actually not just for us, but also for billions of people who are less privileged, who don't have access to space conditioning. So keep that in mind, that it's not just our talking points here. We speak for billions here and we represent those. At its heart, cooling is a problem of inequity. Many of us have access to conditioning. We live in air-conditioned homes, we work in air-conditioned offices, we take air-conditioned transportation. And while for the rich, air conditioning, cooling is a lifestyle problem. For those not so privileged, it's a life or death problem, right? You said cooling is under spotlight at this COP. Again, is a problem of inequity. 28th COP of working on global warming, cooling is under spotlight. 28 years to put a spotlight on cooling after identifying global warming. Who's affected more by cooling as a problem? Developed countries, developing countries. Think about it, and you'll see that it's a problem of inequity. Talking about India, first, I thought we've got the title wrong. India's billions, still yet, after being number one in the world, India only has 1.4. So mathematically, it's only 1 billion if you round it down, and you can't round it up because it's less than 1.5. So, but then if you think about it, 40% of land-based invertebrates will also suffer because of extreme heat. I talked about, who are we representing here? We are representing not just the underprivileged, but even those who don't even have a voice in these discussions, and it has nothing to do with human-induced global warming. And if you haven't seen the photo of a shepherd in Gujarat, desolate despair on his face with the dead sheep around him from extreme heat in 2019, don't Google it. You wouldn't want to see it. So it's just about the planet, right? So as we go into this discussion, we're here to find solutions. We're here to think about what has worked and how can India, which has been forever home to a fifth of our species, forever. You go back in time and somehow this is like the natural habitat for human species. It's India and South Asia. How can India play a role? What's happening in India? There are three interrelated aspects. One, how do you meet cooling needs without the need for mechanical, electrical equipment? So passive cooling, what's happening there? How do you make sure that the equipment that are available are the most efficient, so they still meet that need without consuming and adding and exacerbating climate change? And then how do you make sure that the refrigerants that are employed on those, which is what this pavilion, what this represents, Montreal Protocol, has done so well. So to address all those three of those and what's happening in India, we have an excellent panel led by Dr. Vaibhav Chaturvedi. So without taking any more time, I invite Vaibhav to introduce the panel and take the discussion forward. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Samir. Very good afternoon to all. Thank you for joining us today. I'm Vaibhav. I'm a researcher at the Council on Energy, Environment and Water, a think tank working on many of different aspects related to climate, energy and water. So just to frame today's discussion, I think it's about the private sector. The role of private sector is extremely important, and in fact, if you look at India's economic policy, it's kind of very interesting. Traditionally, India's economic policy has been on what we call left of the center, which means a lot of stuff was actually owned and operated by the government, and the role of private sector was extremely heavily regulated. Right? So that was like the larger economic policy framework. And this government in the last 10 years and also in previous version is a government that is on the right of the center in terms of its economic policies, which means across many sectors, including energy sector, it has been opening up the economy. It has been doing a lot of stuff which just tries to incentivize a better participation of the private sector and the market forces. Right? So clearly a pretty big paradigm shift is happening within the Indian ecosystem, and the role of private sector is becoming increasingly important. This is also reflected in India's cooling action plan. Right. So it is kind of an umbrella document, extremely important document for the government that guides action. And it's not a policy document, it's an action document. That's very important. It talks about thermal comfort, so India, it's a low income economy. Traditionally, cooling has been viewed as a luxury commodity, but not anymore. It's something for thermal comfort. So that's a very important framing that the ICAP uses. But then it goes about doing many other things. It talks about demand assessment, how cooling is expected to grow in India, the importance of energy efficiency, the importance of servicing sector, research and development. So many different aspects the ICAP talks about. Within that, the role of private sector is kind of cross-cutting. It's very important. So we have an excellent panel today, which I'm going to invite at the dais right away. There's a mix of policy expertise and industry expertise. So we have two experts on policy. Ashish Jindal, who leads the cooling efficiency work at NRDC. Ashish, please join us. Then we also have Sanjay Seth, who is a senior director at TERI. Please, Sanjay, join us. So we have the policy expertise in the room. We'll listen to a lot of insights from these policy experts. And from the industry side, now I would first of all welcome Miki Yamanaka, who is a Senior Manager, CSR and Global Environment Center of Daikin Industries Limited. Miki, please join us today. And then we also have Helen Walter Terrioni, Director, Train Technologies. Great. Helen, please join us. Yeah. Okay, so the way we are going to begin, first we'll hear from the policy experts, their view on not just the overall policy, but also what is going to be the role of the private sector. And then we'll come to the industry experts. And I believe, Ashish, you also have some overview presentation to make. So please, the floor is yours, and we'll continue the discussion. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome here, and thanks Vaibhav and Samir for setting the context. And I would like to discuss the India Action Plan, India Cooling Action Plan, as one of the India's leadership in terms of setting not the policy document as Vaibhav was saying, but an action plan. So to start with, I would like to relate the energy consumption by equipment in 2017 in India. And if you see the life left pie chart, 42 and 30%. So 42% is room air conditioners, and 30% is the ceiling fan. So these are the large chunks of appliances like which we are having and consuming significantly. India is currently about 1800 terawatt hour of consumption, and if we can see the 6-year-old data, almost 135, 6 to 7% of our energy consumption is largely happening in this. And we see the next 15 years, by 2037, 38, this is going to be 4 times. So the focus here is how the prominent appliances like room air conditioners and ceiling fan, what industry is doing, what we are learning. I would like to share that with all of you. To start with, we are working on a technology roadmap work where we have identified there are 4 key components where room air conditioning efficiency thing can be looked upon. So first is the component level efficiency improvement, where we talked about compressor efficiency, heat exchanger efficiency, expansion valve improvement, and controls. And similarly, we have alternate technologies where we can see the capacity can be reduced lesser than 1 TR, because in India we see a lot of the buying is around 1.5 TR. And we have seen new construction where it can be reduced to a lower capacity. Similarly, multi-split method, evaporative cooling for condenser, cooling mode, solar panel integration, and other systems and control, AI and IoT. So I just grayed out the other 2 parts, which basically thinking a vapor compression cycle as an alternate, we can have a different solutions also, and thinking RAC as a product. Now I just want to go to depth to one of the key component, which is compressor, and find what can be, we have learned from the industry, what improvements they are going in next 14, 15 years. So this is largely around mechanical improvement, motor improvement, and controls and operation. And these are the few of the 7-8 points where industry is working. And for example, reduce volumetric capacity of the compressor. And with this, we are seeing there is a 35% improvement in compressor efficiency which can be done, which leads to an overall 14% efficiency in the rack. So this is largely about the rack. In India, we basically have a stock of about 50 million of rack, right? And every year we are going to buy 8 million. So that's why a solution around this and how efficiency is going to increase and industry participation is very significant. Now I want to touch to the second component, which is the ceiling fan. So ceiling fan current stock in India is about 500 million. And every year we are buying around 40 to 45 million, right? So this also holds an important intervention what industry is doing in that. So if we see in the components, especially the motors and blades, you can see towards the right side of the screen, 88% efficiency increment can be possible, right? In accessories, IoT and mechanical safety components, there are another 12%. So the idea is not only we have seen we are seeing slowly a transition from induction ceiling fan to BLDC ceiling fan, but there are other technologies which industry is working upon. And these are in the R&D stage. These are the likes of permanent magnet synchronous motor. They have high power density, so they require, you can say, less power and giving more output, and similarly low maintenance. Switch reluctance motor, they don't have magnets, so the issue of supply chain is also critical to this. Flux switching motor and bladeless ceiling fan. So the idea of this is, industry is there, industry is having a lot of option, but what is needed is like how a consumer and how the demand can be maintained and it can be matched so that whatever the challenges are, those can be mitigated. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashish, for setting up the context very well. And especially you talked about many interesting things, starting from the share of ceiling fan versus air conditioners, how it is growing and how critical is energy efficiency. Let me request Sanjay now for your opening remarks, especially from the policy, but the industry role and the policy-industry interface.
Thank you. First of all, I think compliments to both NRDC and CEW to have put together this very excellent discussions around COP. And I'm sure that we have a panel which has also got the industry expertise which will be giving their perspectives. So glad to be on this panel and give my views. Well, in the context of, I think, the initial comments by Samir, they've set the context very well. Samir, I think the frameworks for policies are there, well enunciated. In fact, looking at both the demand side as well as the supply side. And it's just that while we should be mindful of how we really need to put together a framework for its uptake in terms of implementation, I think that's the key. I'm sure that with the important industry experts here, the supply side initiatives are going to be well taken care of. The ICAP is a wonderful document which has been prepared by the Government of India and which kind of addresses all of the aspects that are responsible for driving the issues of cooling needs in our country. But the issue is that the scales, and India is a wonderful landscape to be providing the scales that one is wanting to see in terms of impacts. And I think I would be more responsible that I would be more keen on making my comments on the demand side, because if you really want to see impacts and scales to happen, it's at the demand side which will really start driving the markets. To me, the housing sector plays a very important role. We are witnessing a huge amount of growth in terms of providing housing for all and the infrastructure coming up. So obviously, what we can do there is something which one should be looking at. So that's an opportunity. And at the same time, these opportunities come with their own challenges. And the challenges is that how do you go about providing comforts to all, and thermal comforts is something which is required by every human being. Now, whether we do it in the form of an air conditioner or we do it in the form of a fan is something which is going to be the economical consideration. It's a cost consideration that one needs to take. But yes, largely considering that the issues of thermal comfort are impacting people at the lower of the bottom of the pyramid, I think it's important that the ICAP sees its implementation in a much larger way to drive thermal comforts. And so initially, I think I should stop here and let the others speak. Thank you.
Great, but before I let you off, I think there's something very interesting that you talked about, which was about the building sector and the role of the real estate especially, so that kind of role, right? That's extremely complicated, right? Building codes, we've been trying for so long, but we know there is split incentives. We know that the price of the apartment would go up maybe by 10 to 15% if you actually do everything to make it possible, as energy efficient as possible, which will reduce the cooling loads tremendously that we want. But nobody is ready to pay that 10 to 15% extra, right? So what are your views on how do we really take on this particular challenge, the real estate sector?
So, I think I would not agree completely with you where that incremental that you talked about, because there is a lot of a carrot and stick approach has been used. While you're absolutely correct with the fact that despite the codes being there in place, we've not been able to see large-scale adoption, especially in terms of implementation. And people have always been crying about capacities, availability of capacities within the states. There have been enough incentives which have been rolled out by various municipalities and authorities, that the government authorities which regulate this sector. But what is interesting is that the end consumer needs to start demanding this. When you see that the end consumer would demand for green, it will be very difficult for the developers to start not delivering on green. And we've seen that in the Bureau of Energy Efficiency when we did the appliances program, how the entire mindset, the behavioral change and the informed decision-taking methods help to transform the market towards energy efficiency. I know that it's a very wrong comparison to compare an appliance with a building, but yes, we can do it, and there is enough, I think enough that is happening, and gradually we are going to be seeing, because the main point is the split incentive issue that you raised is very, very critical. But with the incentives being given by various municipalities in terms of additional FSI or additional FAR, I think that becomes a driver, and then the consumer needs to play a role. We can discuss this offline at greater detail. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Sanjay. These are very interesting points, and we will discuss this definitely online and offline also. Great. So coming to you, Mickey, in terms of, let's say, Daikin's role, private sector, very important company, has been a technology leader, has shown a lot of improvements in terms of guiding the markets also. And both refrigerant as well as energy efficiency. So what do you think is the role of the private sector in cooling India's billions? And also, what is the policy interface? How do you see that evolving in India?
Thank you very much, and then I'm very honored to be invited to be here and then speaking with you guys. That's very nice opportunity for me. And then I would like to congratulate the India to put together all the policies into the report. The paper called ICAP. So I think that NRDC and then CEEW supported the government a lot, I believe. So from the private sector at Daikin, I think that Daikin can support the policy implementation from the three aspects. One is the dissemination of the energy efficient air conditioners, and then also the change over to the lower GWP refrigerant, and then also the refrigerant management system, and then the last thing is that behavior change. In terms of energy efficiency, we have been supported government in the policy MIPS and then labeling system, and then we try to provide as high energy efficient model as possible, and then we're in collaboration with leveling up the upgrading the MIPS as well. We try to provide as many energy efficient air conditioners as possible. So back in 2013, the residential air conditioners market is like 3 million units in the market, but now it's like 10 million. In those 10 years, 3 times more market size increase. So such rapid market size increase, what we have to do is that not only providing the energy efficient air conditioners, but also encourage our customers to go further energy efficient air conditioners. So in order to encourage our customers, we started, as Daikin in India, started the replacement project on our own. Replace the all the old air conditioners. It doesn't matter whether it works or not. If the customers bring those air conditioners back to us, we pay up to 6,000 rupees. So that with that 6,000 rupees, that customers can buy a new equipment. At this moment, we ask them to buy our equipment, of course. But if that policy becomes the national policy, so everyone can join, and then everyone can replace their air conditioners with the higher energy efficient models. So if the government support that policy, and if they make it as a national program, that would be very supportive for the Indian itself to be energy efficient. That is one thing.
Great, thank you, Mickey. Just a quick clarification. So this 6,000 discount that you talked about, is it on all ACs or is it only on like the 5-star ACs?
All ACs. Well, as I said, that 6,000 up to 6,000 rupees is that it depends on what kind of models, and then how old and how bad the condition is, and all that kind of things has to be considered. But we can provide the 6,000 rupees at the most.
No, that's very useful information, because first of all, the very important part is to get rid of the older stock. We have a lot of old stock in Indian households, which are of course not even there are no stars on any of these. So I think this kind of strategies are very, very useful in change over that kind of stock, because even the new 3-star is going to be a lot more efficient than the old stock which is there. Yeah. So great. We'll come back to you. So Helen, coming to you, Train. Again, a very different segment you kind of deal with generally, commercial also in a very big way, also other segments. So if you could talk about the role of your company that has been trying to do in pushing the agenda of energy efficiency and low carbon, essentially.
Thank you so much. My name is Helen Walter-Terranoni, and I work for Train Technologies as the Director of Global Climate Policy. So just speaking to you from that perspective, I'm going to talk about every cool thing that I've learned this week, if that's okay. Talking about kind of financing mechanisms, like that, sweater like that. Is that? It's kind of ringing. It's ringing. Is it the air conditioning? Oh, I'll sit backward. Okay, Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Of course, yes. So some of the most interesting things that I've seen since I've been here have been, one, there was a presentation from a gentleman from Ghana talking about a bank loan program with zero interest to purchase more efficient equipment. And basically, if you have a paycheck that's deposited in this bank, you can get a loan for this new equipment, and it's spread out over time. It's 0% interest, and your family benefits from less energy cost. And so I think that's a brilliant model. Some of the other programs that is maybe from our perspective, so we're the largest provider of heating and air and cooling in the world. Our Thermo King containers ship more than 60% of the world's fresh and frozen food. So we're a big player, not so much in the residential space in India, though, to your point. But I think that some of these programs could translate to building owners as well. So if there is a tie to if you mean to do something different? Okay. If there is a tie from the building owner's perspective to energy, paying for energy, certainly they could benefit from a similar loan type program. If the residence is paying for the energy, there may be something there that could be worked through so that they could get some benefit from those energy savings as well. Separately from that, I think that we provide energy services. So we come into a building and do a deep retrofit. We provide a new lighting, and we look at how well the building envelope is closed, and we even can provide renewable energy. So for a hospital, we might provide a renewable energy, and then we kind of pay the upfront capital, and then the building owner benefits from that payback is from the. You want me to do more? Okay, that's not less, more. Okay, it's okay. Okay. So that benefit can be there in that system, but separately from the building. So that's old buildings. For new buildings, I think the work that you all have done, CEW and NRDC and the Indian government looking at building codes, I think that building codes are critical and to upgrade, for two different reasons. One is that we need to increase the energy efficiency of the equipment that's installed, but also to reduce the energy demand. If we look around the expo here, and of course in India I see this as well, but if we look around the expo here, we see all sorts of examples of passive cooling, right? We see over the walkways and water and trees and so on and so forth. And designing buildings so that they need less cooling, I think it's going to be critical, because as we think about electricity and how much electricity will be needed as the uptake of cooling continues to grow, that is going to be key to reducing the amount that's needed. And then finally, I think load shifting, so the ability to shift loads to more renewable times during the day. So very hot times, is there energy storage that could be installed in commercial buildings so that we can kind of take advantage of the nighttime energy that's available, and also have less plants for peak a peak operation, which is the most emissive kind of electricity generation. When those plants start up and when they stop down, there's a lot of emissions there, and they're often in poor neighborhoods with low-income families. So it's kind of an equity issue on top of being a cost issue.
Great, thank you, Helen. You talked about a lot of different very, very important things. Yes, well, that's a lot of stuff that you know, definitely. Thank you for that. I'll come to you, Ashish and Sanjay, with a policy question also. And in the cooling debate, we keep on talking about something very important, which is access to cooling, right? Always easier said than done, right? I mean, these are many, many nice things we talk about. Most of these nice things don't end up happening, and we don't want that. We want nice things to happen. Right, so there's access to cooling, right? I mean, essentially we're talking about low-income communities, right? Anybody who can pay for it, of course, we don't need to worry about them. We're talking about low-income communities and ensuring thermal comfort for them. It is not necessary about a unitary air conditioner, whatever way you could provide them, right? So have you come across strategies that either the government, maybe not just in India, around the world in the developing South, they are thinking about, or business models that private entrepreneurs are thinking about, but or anything else that actually leads to this, talks about this very important policy challenge of access to cooling, because you could make it cooling very efficient, but very few people have access to it. So that is also a very important policy variable. So if you could talk a bit about it, Ashish and then Sanjay.
Thanks, Weber, for this. I would like to touch upon one of the very good example where NRDC we able to work upon with one state called Telangana, right? So in Telangana we started with the pilot demonstration on cool roof. So we have seen the impact of the cool roof through science-based evidence, where impact of up to 5 degrees Celsius from outdoor to indoor was there. And while we were discussing and while we were planning a lot of things around pilot, we came in April 23 with the cool roof policy, and that state cool roof policy is targeting 300 square kilometer in next 5 years, and that is largely, it talks about how it will be helping the low income households, and it also talked about little bit about how various CSR programs can be built around and help them. So that we have done in Ahmedabad a lot, where we basically demonstrated in more than 300 houses how the impact can be done. So the like of this, and again coming back to the ceiling fan, is a very important component and is a very important appliances. So there basically, as we basically into the, you can say, discussion, ESL, which is a body under Ministry of Power, after the success of Ujala program, they are coming up with a 10 million ceiling fan program. And so something like this, which leads to a bulk procurement and providing through the utility-based DSM program, is going to be important. Yeah. Yeah, so private sector is basically has played an amazing role in terms of supporting whatever the needs are. For example, if I talked about cool roof, right? So they were, you can say, the requirement of standards. They were the requirement of how we can basically create a terms of reference of maintaining this and implementing it, right? So there we've seen this. In ceiling fan, we have seen a large transition, for example, from induction to BLDC, and participating in bringing the technology into their supply chain. We have seen a lot of challenges around components in ceiling fan, for example, the magnets and the controllers, but they're working and they are basically developing those technology partnership so that they can actually bring that supply chain. For example, for the room air conditioner, I just want to talk about, it doesn't answer that, but in room air conditioner, India manufacturer have the capacity of almost 20 million. 10 million they basically produce every year. Last year was that number. 20 million they can produce, but they need demand. Something like this is, I think, the industry, I just would like to say, is on that. Yeah. Over to you. Yeah.
So I think Ashish rightly said, like cool roof being one of the strategies that could be adopted, and it's something which has worked worldwide, right? But the issue continues to remain, and that is that we are a developing country. We are, frugality and affordability is a big issue. Everyone cannot afford high-end technologies or priced equipments for meeting their cooling or for meeting their comfort requirements. So it's very important that we kind of use strategies which are easily implementable at low cost, no cost. Cool roof being one of them. And then we obviously, when we are looking at the design of the housing that is being provided for all of these people, it's important that it is built around strategies which adopt passive design strategies and which come at no cost, to the end user. Now, it's a double whammy because once you do that, then at the end of it, even when his buying power increases, when the person who's living out of those houses, when their buying power increases and they are able to eventually afford an air conditioner, maybe because of the higher end efficiencies that the industry has provided, or maybe business models where you have, equated monthly installment payments and all of that, at least it will not pinch the person's pocket when they're operating such equipment in their homes. Now, the issue of heat stress is something which has been talked about. We have been hearing about it, and it's been taking a toll on the health and lives of the people. And that is where there are certain things that have interventions which are required to be taken at the precinct level, at the urban level. And so among them being cool roof being one, making shading a very important element. In our buildings, if you look at our older design and constructions, there was always a shading device which was added to the building design, which has gone eventually missing now with the modern facades that are coming up. So I think, but still there is an opportunity for integrating shading as a key element to make sure that thermal comforts is integrated within the complexes that are designed. So it is in that context that now, in fact, as I speak to you, I am convening on the lines of a European Solar Shading Alliance or an organization, ESSO, which is existing in Europe. We are setting up what you call an India Solar Shading Alliance along with industry partners, so that shading becomes an integral part of all our designs, and you can't kind of ignore it any further. So those are again, we have to be mindful when we talk about comforts, when we talk about cooling, we need to focus on the largest segment of the people, which is completely devoid of making any efforts at a high-end cost. So it has to be low cost, no cost. Okay, so thank you.
Great, and thank you. Before I come to you, the industry experts here, I also want to ask you something, but also we'll open for questions. So if you have any questions, please be prepared. After this round, we'll open the floor for question and answer. Now, on this question about providing cooling access to the poor, right? There are also discussions around cooling as a service, right? Cooling as a service, very interesting, very different kind of conception altogether. So nobody needs to buy probably an AC, or maybe AC also, but it's provided as a service, right? And within that, district cooling is also being discussed, right? So now if you could give your policy perspective on cooling as a service and district cooling, and then we'll come to the industry experts. What do you think about district cooling and cooling as a service model? Because it is tricky, it will, if it really explodes and becomes very successful, it is going to hit the existing business models of the big private sector. So that is a kind of the real tussle also there. So happy to understand that better.
So, I mean, these are models which have, it's not that district cooling has not been discussed or not been implemented in India, it has been, but it is, eventually people need to really have, I don't think so that they have been able to put together a policy framework to drive district cooling as a standalone activity. You see, whatever the policies are, they are, they don't kind of limited to any particular technology and they are it's the right way to do. Let technologies and business models follow the policy frameworks. So if you look at building codes and all of that, they are minimum energy performance standards. They don't talk about any technology or strategies for kind of taking up or implementing these policy frameworks. So I think the industry, that is where the ICAP becomes a beautiful document, where industry, private partnerships, public-private partnerships play a role. Bring in the financing mechanisms, people who are willing to bring in financing elements, innovative financing models, business models around all of these things to play a role to drive and work along those strategies that the government has defined. Okay.
Great, thank you. And but I would just a slight disagree on that, because countries, including India, do have technology policies. We have a solar policy, we have a wind policy, very, very obvious, right? Yeah, so definitely, but they are tech-specific policies also to promote a particular sector. We could very well have a district cooling policy, but I don't know whether it's good or bad to have such a policy. Yeah, maybe this is not the right way to go. Yeah. So coming to the industry perspective on district cooling and cooling as a service, what do you think about this particular debate?
Well, we are not involved in the district cooling sector yet, but I believe that together with the district cooling, our room air conditioners and the commercial air conditioners has to play its role. And then I think that what kind of air conditioners, or what kind of efficient, what kind of air conditioners India would like to have, the government and the industry has to discuss together. And then as you said that ESL in the program. That the conditions of that equipment kinds or the capabilities has to be discussed deeply together with private sector and the public sector. Otherwise, one-sided decision might cause some tragedy in the end. So I think collaboration has to be necessary. Discussion further is necessary.
Great. So definitely have a discussion, and there are two panelists who definitely are not so gung-ho about this particular district cooling technology and the policy. So we'll definitely explore that more. Helen, what is your view?
We need everything now. We know the technologies, we need to use them all. Whether my company sells them or not, it doesn't matter. We need the passive cooling, absolutely. District cooling, absolutely. Efficient cooling is the answer, right? And energy as a service, yes. In the U.S., we do provide energy as a service. And it can be a very successful model, especially for a building owner that maybe doesn't have the money to invest in making their building more efficient. So that can be an answer. I think another thing that can be an answer is, we see, the minimum energy performance standards, but maybe there are more advanced level performance standards, to encourage leaders to lead in the building space. So I think a lot of thoughts there. I should have said at the beginning, although I'm on the technical and economic assessment panel, I may or may not be providing their views because they're a consensus body, and I didn't ask them anything about this, so I should have mentioned that first. So thank you.
Great. Thank you for the extremely important disclaimer. Yeah, Ashish, your view on this.
Yeah, I just want to add to this. These are interlinked. So, for example, district cooling is a new technology, and there is always a technical and a financial risk by a client that should I go for that or not. But cooling as a service, if it linked with the district cooling, it gives a client or maybe that multiple projects to happen and then give confidence. I think that's where I think it should be linked, and cooling as a service is a beautiful model. We have seen a lot of that thing happening by ESCOs, right? And if it happens, it will basically mitigate that technical and financial risk. Yeah.
Great. And also there are already, for colleagues who don't know this yet, there are already a couple of or 2-3 district cooling experiments happening in India. The GIFT City, there's a big district cooling. It's cooled through the district cooling. There's also some residential localities, I think in Hyderabad, so there are some couple of very little experiments. Of course, it does not crack the market in a very big way. That is also kind of very, very clear, because I think even the consensus between stakeholders and experts is not very clear at this moment on this particular. Okay, so I do have a lot of questions, but I would rather open the floor and take questions from the colleagues here. Yeah, please introduce yourself, and if you have any question directed to any panelist, please specify that.
Thank you. Didier Coulon, I'm the Director General of the International Institute of Refrigeration. I was pleased to hear that about district cooling, and I would like to know more what happens in India. I mean, as far as I know, there are some projects in India, or perhaps already installation in place, and I would like to know which kind of technology you use. I mean, you have the possibility for district cooling to use the temperature of a river or of a field underground, or you have examples with various technologies, while in France, here in United Arab Emirates. So what is the state of the art of the district cooling which already exists in India, and which kind of technology or fields you use for the outside temperature at the beginning? Do you understand what I mean? You can have the sea level, the sea water, the geometric water, and so on.
Great. So any answers from the panelists, if you know? Yeah.
I know one of the project in Gurgaon, which is at DLF Cyber City. It's more of a tri-generation. There, what has happened is they've accumulated a lot of buildings and then just use those efficient chillers and efficient system. But in terms of having those river-based system or something like reducing the temperature ambient and just putting in the cooling system, I think still maybe we are in very nascent stage. Maybe is there any project? I'm not aware. Yeah.
If you don't want to go on a technology route, I would probably be able to tell you that we use strategies such as earth air tunnel, which can provide. So if you go 4 meters below the earth, the temperature remains constant at about 24 degrees, 25 degrees. And if you use that and dehumidify the air, of course, through a design, I mean, don't just do it, you have to put together a design for it. And we've used this in our premises, in one of our Terry's, campuses. We've done that, and it works wonderfully. The only issue is that when humidification happens, that's the issue. That's the time when you need to start looking at alternates. But otherwise, during the dry heat, it works wonderfully well, because you are able to bring in the ground, they use the ground air, which is at about 24, 25 degrees centigrade, which is pretty comfortable in our dry heat in there. So, and there are such strategies which are being used by many hotels and all of that. Yeah.
Himanshu, do you want to comment on district cooling, please?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So we have recently started doing some work on district cooling, and mapped the sort of projects that are operational in India. So Gift City is one. Then there's a residential project in Hyderabad, and there are large projects that have been sanctioned in Telangana as well. There's a pharma city coming up where there's a chance that it might be cooled by a district cooling plant. So your question is what kind of technologies we are using. So we know that in Europe, free cooling is kind of available. So you use either deep lake water or deep sea water, and use that chilled water, to cool buildings. But in India, we do not have that. So we use a combination of two technologies. There are centralized chillers, which are highly energy efficient, and then we use thermal energy storage, which is used when the cooling load kind of goes up in the area. So this is the combination we are using at the moment. But as district cooling takes root in India, there are more projects that come up. I think the number of technologies that get integrated within district cooling paradigm will also increase. So it's an open kind of space at the moment, but right now there are only two technologies that have been integrated. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Himanshu. That's extremely helpful. Any other questions? Yeah, Samir, please.
Hi, this is Samir Quatra from NRDC again. My question is for Mickey and Helen. So since we're talking about industry perspectives, I'm curious, what are one or two factors that drive companies like yours to innovate for sustainable cooling? We always hear about, what are the challenges for the industry, but what are the driving factors? Is it you see the market share going forward, industry evolving? Is it regulations, standards? What are a couple of things that you'd like to share?
Thank you, Samir. Yeah, Mickey.
If I understand, Oh, okay, if I understand your question correctly, I think from the industry, we like to have the develop the adequate standard and then adequate regulations to improve the energy efficiency, and then also the dissemination activities from the government side and then also private side. So to be the sustainable air for all, cooling for all, we have to we have to provide the affordable products in the market, and then also in order to do so, we have to have the proper regulation and the proper standards. So that helps a lot for us to move forward. And then if you could provide, if the government could support the upfront cost by providing some subsidies or some incentives, that would also provide some encouragement to the market to acquire more energy efficient and sustainable cooling system. So that kind of good circulation of the policy, that would be the good success for the market. So that's what I think.
Thank you, Mickey. Helen?
So for us at Trane Technologies, we are very committed to sustainability. We have a gigaton challenge by 2030 to reduce 1 billion tons of emissions from our customers' use. By that time frame, we have divided that out among our business units, and we pay our leadership based on greenhouse gas reductions in part. We're not playing. We also have submitted our, we have closer. We have our science-based targets initiative, SBTI, that we have had validated for near-term 2030 as well as 2050 net zero in the long term. So we are in it to win it, and our leadership, is paid, and they are very, very committed to this. We're very innovative as a company. We don't really care what the refrigerant is or what technology is. We're looking for reducing greenhouse gas impact, and we're kind of continuing that sort of work. So, I think sustainability is embedded through our culture. There is not a conversation that happens where we make a decision that doesn't have some kind of a link to how does this impact sustainability.
In terms of SBTI and then also the GHG reduction target, we also have the Daikin's environmental vision, which we promised to become net zero emissions by 2050. So in order to do so, we have to address the emissions from the scope 3. Not only scope 1, scope 2. Scope 1, scope 2, we are sure that we may be able to become the net zero by 2030 actually. But for the scope 3, it is really, really difficult. So that is why I told that we have to have the proper standard and regulation and everything. So in the market and the government and the private sector got together to make the efforts to reduce the energy, reduce the emissions from the equipment, also become the green electricity and everything. Otherwise, it cannot be possible. So all the the collaboration has to be necessary to be sustainable.
Great, thank you. This is extremely interesting. I never heard that the leadership takes a pay cut if the sustainability goals are not met. This is very, very interesting. Thank you for sharing that. Well, that definitely is commitment. There's a lot of commitment. Yeah. Next question, please.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Jayant from Alliance for an Energy Efficient Economy, AEEE. I think we just had an international conference on district cooling in November. We worked with BE in launching the district cooling guidelines as well. So we are very optimistic, and we hope that it really picks up, because you're looking at a minimum of 20% kind of saving. And yes, Pharma City I think is going to be the next big one after the Gift City experience. But my question also to Daikin is that you won the 5X challenge. There is I guess the commercialization or the prototype is happening for the 5x RAC. My question would be, I mean, if India's cooling demand is to go up by, or is expected to go up by 9x or even 4.5x, impact on the amount of electricity is going to take by, say, 2050. That's not going to happen in India. I mean, we can't really afford that. So we need technologies, and not just 10, 20, 50%, but really that 5x kind of an improvement in efficiency that you want, and of course, GRI is also working on a similar technology. Realistically, what kind of timelines, how practical do you see the implementation and the prototyping and commercialization happening on that?
Thank you, Jayant. Yeah, Mickey.
Thank you very much for the question. For the global cooling prize prototype, that is a very experimental technologies, and we put all the technologies together so that it's really, really difficult to make it commercialized at the affordable price. That technology requires two indoor units in a room, so you have to have the very strong wall, and then also you have to have a very large veranda or something to put outside the unit. So we have to further make sure that we can make it smaller with that efficiency keep the same. All that kind of things require further investigation and then further research and institute. So we do not have the specific date to produce such things. But while using a couple of technologies which were used for that prototype in our newly coming product, so that we can make a little bit higher energy efficient and more affordable at the more affordable price. So would you wait for a moment? And would you wait for some more years, please? Thank you.
Great, thank you. R&D and innovation does take time, but we look forward to those super efficient technologies to come into the market. They will be a game changer, definitely. Yeah. Nihar, last question to you.
So obviously in a country like India, humidity is an issue. So if you could talk about dehumidification and overcooling and related savings, anything that you want to share on that would be really good. Thank you.
So humidity question. Yes, that is right. Humidity is a matter in the issue. In Southeast Asia as well, the humidity is a quite a big issue. So we have to correctly control the humidity. Otherwise, good air conditioning cannot be achieved. So we are saying that, the collaboration with the ventilation system, like a heat recovery ventilation, can help control the humidity while air conditioners work properly. So, for example, in Southeast Asia, people overcool. The set temperature is like in 23 or 20 degrees Celsius. It's too cool. And then it's very funny that people get into the room and then within 30 minutes they try to wear a jacket. So without setting change the set of the temperature with of the air conditioners. So we would like them to avoid such behavior. So we'd like to call for the change of the behavior and then set that temperature setting like to 26 or something. That requires some innovation of controlling the humidity. So at this moment we can that technology of the heat recovery ventilation is available. So we have to use some available technology to make it happen. So I wonder if that answers your question there.
Great. Thank you, Mickey. And we have talked about, we are already beyond the time. We have talked about a lot of interesting stuff, ranging from business models to policy to the extremely important role of industries. Last, comments from all the panelists. 30 seconds. Your final comment, overview comment. We'll go this way. Yeah, Sanjay, thank you for prompting me. Yeah.
I think we need to work together. We need to share information. We need to move technologies back and forth between countries and experts. And this passive cooling that you all are good at, in U.S. we're not good at it. So, that's something that we can learn, and that will help to reduce greenhouse gases to do. So I think just learning and cooperating and collaborating are going to be key to moving things forward.
Thank you. I think all the solutions are important, as Helen said, that we have to identify the solution as per the needs. For example, the passive and active. And what we need largely is basically how to meet, how to work with industry and actually create demand so that we can leapfrog the technology curve and we can actually meet the desired result. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. India will become the world's largest air conditioning market in the near future, very near future. So we have to do something. As Helen said, that every technology is necessary. So in order to have the good portfolio of the technology in the market, that is the key to success, I guess. So in order to do so, CEEW and the NRDC and the private sector and the government has to work all together all the time. So information sharing and the discussion, deep discussion, not only discussion, implementation, making an action plan, and then making the implementation, that is the key. So I would like to have that kind of support and the collaboration together. Thank you.
So I'll just sum it up. Connect, collaborate, create innovative solutions for market uptake for all these technologies. Thank you.
Great. Sanjay has done the job for me, which is great. Thank you, Sanjay. Well, thank you for your time and your excellent insights. And thank you for all the questions from the participants. This conversation is evolving, and it's evolving in many very interesting directions. So we'll continue to be engaged on the various aspects of the conversation. Thank you and have a good day. We'll close the discussion for today. Thank you.